Well, thanks everyone for attending the IBC Technical Advisory Group. My name is John McIntyre. I'm part of the staff. I'm assisted here with my boss, Stoyan Bumbeloff, the managing director for the Building Code Council. And I'm gonna go ahead and jump into introductions and take roll. So Andrew is here. We just spoke with him. Sue Kaufman, sees you're here. Mark
Here.
Sniffen.
Present.
Sean Carlstrom.
Here.
Thanks, Sean's here. And thanks for the follow-up email, Sean, on the on that email that I'd sent out. I appreciate the help and the extra set of eyes on that.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome.
And Corey Thomas.
I am here.
Welcome. Todd Byruther. I think Todd's here. How about Robert Graper? Robert's not here. Chris,
I'm here.
thanks for your help too. Alan Spalding, and I saw you here.
Here.
Al, hey. And Mike Barth.
I'm here.
Looks like Michael's here as well. All right, it looks like we have a quorum. So that is good. We can proceed. And then let's see. Can you guys still see my screen here?
Yes.
All right, I'll zoom in a bit. And this is the agenda for today. It was posted. Hopefully everyone's had a chance to review it.
John, did you want to ask if anyone from the public would want to introduce themselves?
Yes, it's actually, yes, thank you. Anyone from the public? It looks like we've got a few public citizens and other individuals here. So if you'd like to make yourself known, go ahead and I'll take note of it. Thank you for that, Al.
Thad Kurtz, I'm here as an interested citizen.
Hi, Thad.
Andrea Smith, BIAW.
Welcome.
John Siu, technical consultant with Wobble.
Hi, John.
Kathleen Petrie, King County.
Okay, I got Kathleen. Welcome.
Micah Chappelle, Technical Code Development Manager for Seattle's Department of Construction and Inspections, and SBCC Council Member representing code officials.
Hi, Mike. Hi, Micah. And looks like someone just joined, Kim Barker. Anyone else from the public want to make themselves known and recognized? Kim, can you hear me? Kim Barker?
Yes, I can.
All right, we were doing introductions and I wanted to know if you wanted to let us know who you are and who you represent.
Sure, I'm Kim Barker. I'm a plans examiner with the city of Bellingham and just kind of watching along.
All right, welcome.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Hi, Jim Jensen. I'm with the Washington Green Transportation Program, part of the WSU Energy Program. I'm listening in on what you guys are working on that may affect EV infrastructure.
Ah, I see. Welcome. Perfect. Well, anyone else? All right. Introduction's good to go. So we will now move on to the agenda. And that is what we plan on going over today. We'll discuss the minutes, the proposals that were sent back from the BFP committee. We'll discuss those, and House Bill 1287 is something that's still on the docket, so we'll talk about that. 196 is associated with that proposal, and then there's some work that Kathleen and Stoyan have been doing to work on some proposed language for section 429, and then of course we'll cover other business and adjourn when it's time. So if we can take a motion to approve the agenda.
This is Al. I'd move to approve the agenda as shown.
This is Sue, all second.
Thanks, Sue. All right, agenda is approved. So we will move on to the minutes from the last meeting. I hope you all had a chance to review that. And I'm adding a little more, one of the things Stoyan and I worked on is really just trying to add a little bit more depth to the minutes, just so that there's more information in there, the intent, if we can, to some of these things that we're doing are there. So when I can, I'm trying to add a little more color to it and a little more depth, but that is from last time. So any questions on that or any adjustments we need to make to it? Okay. So I will entertain a motion for the minutes.
I move to approve the meeting minutes from Wednesday, August 18th.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
This is Al. I'll second.
Thanks, Al. All right. Well, now we will.
John, as a point of order, you need to take a vote.
Oh, a vote?
Yes. So you hit the motion, so that the TAC members, they need to vote for it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I guess we have a vote. I apologize, it's my first one. It's good.
You're doing great.
So yes, can we get get a vote on approving the minutes? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And this is Andrew. I'm back. Thank you
Oh.
for.
Yeah. I was doing my best to make you look fantastic. So
You need to buy him coffee.
I will, as soon as we meet in person again.
right on. So yeah, it looks like we've got that approved. Any opposed to the agenda or the minutes? Perfect. Okay. So now we jump into the remaining code change proposals. So I will turn it over to you, Andrew, and you are in charge.
Thank you. And let's see what we've got left. So what's up is our first one. Let me pull that up on my main computer since I was.
Yeah, so the two that we've got
Curiosity.
that were sent back were 74 and 81. And
Okay.
then those are the ones that are in order for us to talk about those. We can talk about those specifically.
Perfect. Okay, let's start with 74.
Oops. And John, Sue, I have the PDF version of this. I
Okay.
don't have a Word version of it, but we can go through it and if there's any adjustments.
Okay, all right, sure. The thing that got, okay, so let me go back. As you may recall, this body approved a proposal for lofts in residential occupancies. After you approved it and sent it forward to the BFP committee, we discovered that there was a conflict that had been created, and we'd asked how to deal with that. The suggestion was to just bring it up to the BFP committee, the Building, Fire, Plumbing Committee, which we did what day was that? Last week, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
And they slightly disagreed with our well, they couldn't agree on what the resolution should be for this, and so they sent it back to the TAG for review. So the big thing that's changed in this version is that if you could scroll down to 10.11.17, please, John. Thank you. What we found out was that, oh, yeah, right there. Thank you. This section has been in the code since 1994, the Washington Code, and it's been the Seattle Code since the 82 Code. Basically, it says that if you have a 200 square foot space or less, and as long as it doesn't contain the primary bathroom or kitchen, you don't need to worry about any requirements for ladders or stairs. You just somehow get your way up to there. So there's no rise and run, there's no loading requirements, anything. Well, there might be loading requirements, I guess you might be able to get there, but essentially this exempted from the whole requirements for stairs. And our original loft proposal actually had several pieces in there that were regulating, how much rise and run you could have in alternating tread devices, stairways, some other things like that. Since this has been in the code for so long, we decided that it was appropriate for us in Washington, at least, to not regulate the stairs and ladders to lofts and these types of spaces. We haven't heard any issues with it. And so we went ahead and removed all the requirements for that we had in chapter 10 for stairs, ladders, alternating tread devices, and ship's ladders. What we also figured was that this section that's struck through here, 10, 11, 17, is really an exception to the whole of 10, 11. So we decided to move it up to the beginning of the section where it really belongs as an exception. So John, if you could scroll back up to 10, 11. Yep, that one right there. Thank you. And it is now the new exception 2. I will say that we've also added in there, if you compare the two, we've added alternating tread devices and ship ladders into the exception, feeling that those were appropriate to be exempted as well. And we've also added that we're going to apply these to sleeping units. That's in the second line there. However, so everything else of that remains the same. The point of disagreement at the BFP committee was whether or not it was that second sentence there. We had suggested that these areas of 200 square feet or less should not be located more than 10 feet above the main floor, kind of. And that was due to some feedback we'd gotten at the national level, feeling that we should put some kind of height limit on there. Our original proposal that you approved did have a 10-foot height limit on these devices, stairways, alternating treads, ship's ladders, and ladders. We did have, for lofts, we did have a 10-foot requirement on that. So, there was, as I said, there was some disagreement as to whether or not that should be there or not, given that we've had, a long experience, nearly 30 years of experience with this provision being in the code without the 10-foot limitation. Again, we felt we were responding to what someone raised as a potential safety issue, that these could be an unlimited height above the floor, and given that small children would be up there, likely be up there, that there should be some kind of limit. The 10 feet.
Regarding this, could you explain? I'm trying to wrap my head around, because this is in the exception. So
Yeah.
we can have lofts that are greater than 10 feet above the finished floor level. It's just they need to comply with the requirements in section 1011.2 through 13, correct?
Correct. Yeah. The idea would be if you're more than 10, you have to have a fully complying means of egress there.
Fully, okay, which would not include but you could still have alternating tread
Yes.
Devices and ladders. So what is the difference between one that complies and the exception here, one that does not comply? Just, so
There could be distance between rungs for the alternate tread devices. How steep can they get? This basically deregulates them.
Okay.
You have no regulations at all. So you can, if you want, you can put a rope ladder.
Yeah,
Okay.
so John, my understanding, when this was discussed with WABO, it was, you don't have to have a permanent means of egress that's put in there when you build the loft. And so that you could have, like you say, nothing, a rope ladder, or you could just grab, a spare ladder every time you want to use it, or you can, maybe you can lift yourself up there and if you're really strong and so you wouldn't have to have any kind of compliant, I mean, you could, I guess, but you wouldn't have to put in a permanent means of egress.
Mhm. Yeah, it's specifically related to lofts. Yes, that's correct. Let's see if there's anything else I missed. No, I think that's I think those are the issues. Again, there's a question of I think that again, as far as I understand it, the only reason this got sent back was over that 10-foot requirement.
Yep, that's
Correct.
That's the note that I have.
So any other comments on this? All right, and just to be clear, you know, it was only two of us at the BFP meeting. And, you know, it was my idea to send it back to take out the 10-foot requirement. I just didn't like the idea of adding a prohibition there, you know, for no reason necessarily. You know, as John mentioned, it was fine without it for 30+ years. But I'm not going to dive over the stake on that. So I'll entertain a motion if no one else has any more comments on whether to accept that or accept it by striking that sentence or something else entirely.
I have another comment. I mean, I'm in agreement to have a limitation for the over 10 feet. Again, this new code is to encourage more building of these lofts, and you know, we're going to see a lot more densification of development, and you know, people trying to you know, put in these micro units, and so I think we're going to get a lot of these, and you know, I really, you know, worry that maybe we haven't had much of an issue just because it hasn't been as popular. So now we're encouraging the use of these lofts and with this new code, and I think we're going to get a lot of them. And I just, you know, I worry they're going to be in a lot of apartments, and you're going to have, I mean, apartments have young children as well. So I just worry that, you know, having no requirement for a loft that's, you know, 10 feet up there is just a safety issue for me.
All right. Thank you, Sue. Any other comments?
Yeah, if I may add in there, yeah, the 10 feet we figured is going to cover 99% of your cases. It'd be a very, very rare case where it would be more than 10 feet.
Mike,
So
I would agree with Sue and John too, that having it in there is at least a line in the sand.
Thank you, Michael. And just to be clear, so the 10 feet would provide maybe about a 9-foot floor to ceiling height beneath that if you have about a 1-foot assembly there.
Yeah, and that's consistent also with the, you know, we require 7 feet below the loft and things like that. Our mezzanines require 7 feet ceiling height there. So habitable space is generally 7'6". So this would accommodate that and give you actually a little bit more freedom to get a slightly higher ceilings if desired.
All right, thank you, John. Any other comments?
Yeah, this is Mark. I was just curious, do we have to point to where you measure that from? Since we go to put a measurement in, do we have to describe how you measure it?
Yeah, it says above the finished floor of the space below.
From the floor of the loft or from the bed of the loft, or?
I would expect it to be the finished floor, finished floor to finished floor.
Okay.
Any other comments? All right. Sue, did you want to make a motion?
I would make a motion to forward this to full committee with the changes shown for the proposal.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I can second.
Thank you. All those in favor, well, any more discussion first off? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? And the motion passes.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you, John, for all your work on that. I know that's gone through multiple meetings and multiple iterations, so we appreciate it. So next up is 81.
I guess
So
that
this
would be
is
me,
Micah's-
Andrew. This is
Yeah,
Yep.
the floor is yours. Go ahead.
excellent. So unfortunately, I missed the first meeting where you folks discussed this and made some modifications to it. And so we wanted to discuss the modification and see if we can get that switched back. So the reason being is the current language under WAC 5150-1109 actually states and has the rooms in there already. It states where these rooms are designated as gender neutral, the total number of accessible toilet or bathing rooms shall not be less than the sum of the required accessible separate male plus female rooms. Our proposed change wanted to just change the first part of the sentence or the requirement or allowance, exception, whichever it is here, to indicate that it should be accessible fixtures, not rooms. There was some questions on what is a room in a gender neutral use. If you look at the first sentence of number 3, it talks about shall be at least 50%, but not less than one room for each use. Of course, the original language that's in the WAC, that was identifying that a gender neutral or all gender at this point, what we're changing it to, is a use. And so we wanted to specify with our code change here that we are talking about the same number of accessible fixtures need to go into that all gender space and not just a identification of the same number of accessible rooms. Does that make any sense of why we worded it the way we did originally?
Yep, that makes sense.
Okay, so that's my request today, is that we revisit this and go back to the original proposed language, aside from modifying where it says gender neutral, changing that to all gender as we have proposed, I believe, in another code change.
All right, John, are you able to bring up the original language?
It's in the strikeout right there.
Yeah. You can see where
Oh,
it's stricken.
okay, so we've got where rooms are designated as all gender, the total number of accessible fixtures shall not be less than the total number of accessible fixtures for separate male and female rooms.
Correct.
But that would be, let's see, where rooms are designated as the total. Okay, discussion. Anyone have any comments? So when we put this change in, just to be clear, why we put this change in, we were assuming family style bathrooms where you had a single toilet, single water closet. But as Micah pointed out, that's not always the case. You could have just, a water closet inside of its own room and a shared sink area for folks, in which case this, the solution that we came up with here would not be applicable to that. So that's
correct.
That's the crux of the issue here.
Number 3 is pretty much based on single user toilet rooms.
So that is true. You're right.
I mean, I have no problem putting that struck language back in, but it's, if that's the argument, that we're only talking about single user toilet rooms in this particular. piece.
Yeah, Mike, but a single user toilet room does not also necessarily include the sink. So it's a stall, essentially.
Yeah,
It's
that's possible, I suppose.
Yeah.
but-
It's a stall that has more complete privacy than a typical stall.
Correct. And there is a difference when you look at A117 between a compartment and a room. And it kind of provides that similar issue that we're talking about. And really, this is just clarifying that this is not about the room. This is about the fixtures. And for that use, gender neutral or all gender use, we want to make sure that when that's provided, it's a choice, of course, but that we get the same amount of accessible fixtures as you would if you were calculating this separate.
Yeah, and on that part, I certainly agree.
Excellent.
And-
Although I'm
and-
not a tag member, I'd love to hear a motion from somebody.
I just wanted to clarify, so we're keeping all gender, not gender neutral, so do we strike out gender neutral and keep the all gendered language, or?
That's
Okay.
my
Yes, that would
understanding.
be
that-
my,
Okay, can we do that on the screen? Can we fix this on the screen so that we are voting on the correct language?
Sure. So it was total number of accessible fixtures.
just unstrike the last, the strike through sentence,
Oh, I see.
unstrike that. You can.
Reject the change, yeah.
Yeah, reject this one.
Then strike through in that sentence gender neutral and add all gender in its place. And then you could strike the rest of the language in red above. That's what I'm requesting you have a motion and a vote on, please. Thank you.
All right, so just to reread again, where rooms are designated as all gender, the total number of accessible fixtures shall not be less than the total number of accessible fixtures for separate male and female rooms. Any more discussion from members of the public or the committee?
The last sentence got restruck here. It's missing instead of being put back.
Say that again. I'm not understanding. What'd we do?
Where rooms, something's.
Well, here, let me do this. I can, because this is the Word document. This is the PDF. So what I did is I removed this at the request of Micah, and then this just moved up. So we deleted this section here, part of this section here.
But he's asking that we don't delete that last sentence.
Oh, did I delete the wrong one?
No, what you showed on the Word document is correct, John.
Okay.
Any other comments?
So we went through like a discussion last time that it shall not be less than 50% or not less than 2 rooms. Micah, does that language make sense at all? The no less than 2 rooms language?
No, it wasn't clear to me.
Excuse,
because-
not rooms, fixtures. Would we say no less than 2?
No, not at all.
No.
Because you could have more than 2 fixtures required to be accessible.
I think the language
Technically, it's in
has
the-
it covered. That's there.
Yeah, I think it's
The only questions I have are grammar. Whether or not there should be a hyphen between all and gender or not, that's purely a grammar
Yeah,
question.
There should be,
I'd put
there should be, nice catch.
And then Micah, I know that you said you spent some time in the ANSI distinguishing between rooms and like compartments and things. Should we, if we used instead of the, where we're talking about male and female rooms at the end of the sentence, or should we be using maybe facilities instead? Would that help with that at all? Or like instead of we say where rooms are designed, if we said where facilities are designed, is that better language or no? Because we're talking about toilet and bathing facilities.
Sure. That's a good question. I'd have to actually think about that for a little bit longer and process.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know
Chris-
if that's better or worse, or if it helps or not.
Yeah, Chris, this is John. First of all, I think rooms is okay because the first sentence does talk about rooms, toilet rooms or bathing rooms. I think that helps. And facilities gets really iffy. I think they can be pretty broad. What's a facility? And I think that if you started putting that in, it would start raising more questions in my
Okay. Yeah. Okay. No, if it doesn't add clarity, then there's no point. I was seeing if it did.
So I guess as it is, can anyone come up with a situation where this is ambiguous or not clear? I guess that's the biggest issue.
This is Al. It makes sense to me. I'll wait for the discussion, but I'm ready to make a motion.
Any
So
more
one more
discussion?
question on
Sure.
if it makes sense.
Go ahead, Chris.
Would making that whole thing, the underlined text, a number 4 be more clear or less clear? Because it's different than multiple single user like clusters, like that everybody pictures when you're providing a gender neutral facility. And sorry, facility. It is a different situation, and I think that's how the tag got tripped up and put that different language in, was they were picturing I've got 3 bathrooms next to each other, one's family and 2 are unisex. But where we're talking about an all gender facility, we're really talking about a common hand washing area with a whole bunch of stalls in the same larger room. Is that a different enough thing that it deserves a number 4?
It's a good point, Chris. Micah, do you have a response to that?
Yeah, I can throw in there. We talked about that back and forth a lot, and we decided that it would not provide further clarification. We thought it might be more confusing because we are really dealing with this multiple or clustered location, and we thought it should be under number 3 because we did put it that way once or twice and discussed it back and forth, but we are talking about the clustered location. And so we wanted to make sure it was part of number 3, and just to make sure that folks are providing that number of accessible fixtures, because the question came up on each use. So if you've got 2 gender neutral uses, then only 50% of those have to be accessible according to the first sentence, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so
you could be
it
tricky.
was really best part of number 3.
Okay, yeah. This is, I guess, this is our own language, right? It's our own code. Do we get to write our own commentary can we provide some kind of documentation to help people understand this is what we were thinking?
If someone asks a question, we can provide an interpretation.
So a well-crafted question could equal a good document for people to use to help understand it.
Precisely.
John and I are trying to have a little bit more detailed rationale below each proposal. So we will try instead opinion or clarification or interpretation, the rationale will help. So the intent is we'll develop a document that will have the proposal and the rationale. And if we succeed with that, there won't be a need for any further interpretation.
Good.
Cool,
And
thanks,
then-
Tony.
And then just for clarification, I did look it up, and facility is a defined term in the IBC, so I don't know if that helps clarify what you were talking about earlier, or if.
Yeah, it clarifies it in that John and Micah are right, and that it doesn't help make it more clear.
Okay.
All right, any other comments before Al makes a motion?
I have a quick question. Do we have like we have another location for just non-clustered all gender, don't we? Is that also already addressed in the code?
Yes, that's in chapter 29.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
All right, any more comments or questions? Al, the floor is yours. Would you like to make a motion?
I would. I'd like to make a motion that we accept this as modified, as shown on the screen, and send it to committee for approval or review and acceptance.
Thank you. Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mike. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? And the motion passes.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Micah, for all the work you've put into that and the rest of WABO. So let's see, HB 1287. Did you finish discussions on that, Stoyan?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So go ahead. Sorry.
So the deal here is we have two proposals. I worked on one and we have the existing 196. And my intent when I started was to merge both proposals. However, after reviewing 196 and discussing with Kathleen, I'm saying the name right? I'm really bad with names. She has a proposal that goes one step higher than where I am. And I decided to have both for discussion purposes. And, further, I will follow the TAC recommendations. Also, she has very interesting approach regarding affordable housing. So my request for you is if you take into account what she has as an exception and consider if it's okay if we can use it as part of her proposal or as part of new proposal that we'll end up with today. So I have section 429, and I know some people will love it, some people will hate it. But my request for you is let's go step by step, and whatever you don't like, we will eliminate it. I spread it out, the requirements in different sections, so it's easier this way to modify the language. So my idea was to start first with the proposal related to 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses. I was trying to follow your recommendation. So the recommendation was craft the technical requirements related to this type of housing and eliminate the exceptions. And this is what I did. To avoid the confusion between R3 and 1 and 2 family dwellings, I'm not using occupancy classifications. I'm using a type of buildings. Again, take this as items for discussion purposes. I have also 3 exceptions. The first exception in section 429.1. The first exception is understandable if you don't have a power supply, then it won't be a good idea to require additional circuits. I just wasn't sure which term will be the best to use, commercial power supply, utility, offsite, whatever. So this is the task that I couldn't complete because I wasn't sure which one is the best one. The second exception, I plagiarized this exception from the California Green Building Code. I know what the intent for this exception was. I'm not sure it still adds any value, but I decided to share the information with you, and you can decide if you want to keep it or not. The idea back in 2011, 2012 was that since I'll give you an example with a simple subdivision. So if you have a requirement for additional 40 amp circuit for each house in this subdivision, it may increase the transformer size and conductors for the transmission line. In this case, back then, the idea was $1,000. I just jumped the number here. I'm not sure if this is nowadays, if this is a good number, but the matter of the fact is for almost 10 years, 10 years, I left the state of California in 2019. I've never heard a single complaint because the requirement in California for single family dwellings is 200 amp service panel. In Washington state, I did some research. I don't think there is the same requirement. However, most of the housing available, new houses, new construction, they have 200 amp service panel. So I'm not sure if, again, this exception is still valid, but I decided to keep it here. The last one is dwelling units without parking. So if you have a dwelling unit, accessory dwelling unit, or whatever dwelling unit it is, if there is no parking, if there is no driveway, no garage, I don't know if this is a good idea to require additional 4 amp circuit for electric vehicle charging. And in 429.2, I have a few defined terms that are used throughout this section because it's easier to follow the requirements if you have the defined terms in front of you. So I will ask Andrew if we can have the discussion section by section. So if we can start with 429.1 and 429.2.
Yep. Works
And
for
then
me.
if I could jump in, Thad had just put a chat note in there. It says perhaps in that section for exemption 1, if there is no electric service. So instead of saying there is no utility or power supply, if there is no electric service, and Thad, you're welcome to jump in and explain if you'd like in more detail.
I just thought that might be an alternative to Stoyan's list of possibilities. I'd also like to suggest, as long as I'm talking here, that you might delete. There are 2 definitions that are not used later in the text, as far as I can see. One is electrical vehicle charging space, EV space, and one is electrical vehicle charging station, EVCS. Unless I've missed something, I don't think either of those actually appears later. And so it might clarify things to drop them.
You're correct. I forgot to mention this. They are highlighted because I'm not using the terms in the language. The definitions are here for as alternative. In the language, I'm using EV capable and EV ready charging spaces, parking spaces, and instead, we can replace EV ready and EV capable with the EV charging space and EV charging station. This is why these definitions are highlighted. I like EV ready and EV capable for many reasons. I can share the information with you later, but again, these 2 definitions are for if you want alternatives.
So, and I have a question. We're in that exception for electric services. Are you inferring that you were exempting it because if there wasn't a public utility, if it was, say, some
if there is
place
not
that was off the grid, maybe they got their power supply from a windmill or something like that?
That's correct. My intent was public utility. Yes.
Okay, so no public utility electric service or something.
I guess I have a question on exception 2, just underneath that, where Sue is asking, are we missing a word right after the word garages, comma? Do we need an if or when? if meeting the requirements or when meeting the requirements? Probably if.
1, 2, 3,
No, I don't think so.
no, well,
It's clunky, but I don't think so.
if will work though.
Okay.
It's easier if we just delete number 2, which I think is probably the right answer, because it will cost me more than $1,000 to figure out if it costs them $1,000 too much.
Yeah,
So
I think Chris has a good point. I hate putting a dollar value in there. It's
I-
so
I- As the proponent, I agree. Again, I
hard
want
to.
to give you something to chew on.
Yeah, they can always say, well, it's going to cost me more than that. So they'll come up with some
Yeah.
some way that it's going to cost more than $1,000.
So I would be recommending before striking number 2, if we're looking for that kind of comment. And Stoyan, I know you wanted to go section by section. Do you also want to talk about that in detail to like see if we can just do that now or wait till the end?
We can do this now. If everybody agrees with it, we can do this now. I saw Micah's message in the chat for comments from the public. So if Andrew, if we can have comments from the public.
Yep. Everyone's welcome to speak up.
All right, not all at once, so I'll jump in. If we're going section by section, the second sentence to 429.1, I don't think this is the appropriate place for that. This is building code, and now you're having somebody to have to come into the building code from the residential code to comply with an EV charging section. And then you take that and you jump it down to an exception, which I'm going to go with Chris. I think that said that everybody's going to say it's going to cost more than $1,000 and they're not going to do it. So I think those two sections here for this just are in the complete wrong place.
If I can jump in and respond to that, it was the recommendation from the last meeting, and the reason for this was that the best case scenario will have the same language in the residential code for 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses and attached garages. However, you may have 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses built under the International Building Code. And if this happens, there are no technical provisions for 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhomes, built under the International Building Code. So my options were provide a reference to the International Residential Code. However, we don't know yet what is going to happen in the International Residential Code. And the second option was spell out the technical requirements for 1 and 2 family dwellings. And again, we will have the same language in the international, potentially we'll have the same language in the International Residential Code. And regarding the exception too, I think everybody agrees that we don't need it there.
Okay, I can agree with you that you can have buildings built in the building code that are 1 and 2 family, but those would be classified as R3s and would already be covered for the rest of the language, correct?
Again, you have a, let's use an example. You have a single family dwelling with garage, and the language talks about on-site parking and 10% plus 10%. We'll discuss this percentage later. So if you have a subdivision with 20 houses, are you applying the 10% and you have only one house with 40 amp circuit, or because R3, intentionally, I didn't use occupancy classifications. I use type of buildings. So R3 can be a single family dwelling, can be something else. So I get your concern and I understand it, but I just didn't find a better option. again, if we keep it with R3 and we eliminate the exception only, I don't see how you can apply these requirements, the technical requirements in section 429 to a single family dwelling. And I take this as a personal opinion, not as the managing director's opinion.
Sure. No, that's fine opinion. I think to get the 1 and 2 family dwellings that are not built under the building code, that needs to be identified in the residential code, as you indicated. That's all I was getting at. Is I think if anything comes in as a 1 and 2 family dwelling with a garage, whether it's attached or detached, you're going to be an R3, and the garage is going to be a U. And if you're not placing, an exception in here for those, then they're already going to be covered by this section of code, because they're going to be providing off-street parking. And if you have 20 of those side by side, you're still in R3 townhouse design.
Okay, for the purposes of the discussion, I'll make another comment. So if you have 20 or 100 single family dwellings, let's say they may or may not have garages, but let's say they have garages for each one. And if you don't have these technical requirements in 429.3, you will apply the 10%. So if you have 20, you will apply 10% of 20. So there is a difference in scoping. This is the point I was trying to make.
Any other comments or questions?
To cover what Micah's concern was, would it be appropriate to add an exception that says buildings constructed in accordance with the IRC?
I think that's already exempted simply by the fact that if a house is under the IRC, it's already out of this code.
Sure, yeah, but for the sake of clarity, and since we're using the words 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses, I see where Micah's coming from with the appropriateness in the standard. I just don't know how else to fill the hole that exists there too, to Stoyan's point. I don't have a solution, but I see why both are seeing issues with it.
Yeah, Chris, I mean, that's a good point. You could just, if we're just clarifying, exception 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhomes constructed in accordance with the International Residential Code. Just shoot them off.
This is John, but isn't that already covered in chapter 1 or wherever that is that kicks you out to the IRC anyway?
It is, John, but knowing the kinds of questions that I get asked all the time from people, and I think the people in this call understand what's in chapter 1, but I don't think anybody else reads chapter 1.
No. Because the other thing is that, again, presumably the requirements will be the same, right, in the IRC and this. I mean, the intent is certainly there, Stoyan's kind of said that. So I don't know, it just seems to me that the exception is unnecessary, but that's up to you guys. I'm not
sure. And maybe we can take care of that with the stuff Stoyan was talking about earlier about taking better notes and about the intent and the whys, and maybe putting a sentence in there that this is the talk we had and we decided not to do anything because we assume the IRC is moving forward and it's going to look pretty darn similar. Maybe that helps enough. But I suppose worst case is that it gets caught in the IRC and I don't know, Master Builders throws a fit and it doesn't make it through. And now we have this confusing, conflicting requirement potentially.
Let me ask this then of Stoyan and John. Is there an opportunity after or during at the end of group 2 to reconcile the two?
Yes, there is an option for that.
Well, if that's the case, then I think we just leave ourselves a big old flag to say, come back to this and make sure it still works with whatever comes out of that other group.
The International Building Code structural chapters and the International Existing Building Code will be part of Group 2 with the International Residential Code. So we were considering there may be some conflicts going back and forth. So we have an option to make some modifications to sections that were already approved.
So this is Micah again on the 1 and 2 family item. I honestly don't think you need to point or even state 1 and 2 family in section 429.1. And you have it in 429.3, but your requirement starts out for each dwelling unit. So do we even have to identify the 1 and 2 family dwelling townhouses? Why don't we just identify that each dwelling unit in this type of, in an R3, I guess is what we're looking at here, each dwelling unit shall be provided with this. And that's what you point to, and you move away from identifying 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses because those are technically a residential code item. Yes, you can build them in the building code, but again, those are going to have a specific occupancy classification. They're not going to be called 1 and 2 family dwellings.
I see what you're saying, Micah. Would an alternative solution be to say where dwelling units are provided with private garages, each dwelling unit must follow this or something to that effect?
When you so the intent for 429, new 1 and 2 family dwellings, and there is a comma. So new 1 and 2 family dwellings with or without garages. It doesn't matter if they have garages or not. And townhouses with attached private garages. This is not an occupancy classification. This is type of building. And to Micah's point, I'll give you an example to compare for the difference. So on one side we have a building, a 3-story building with 100 apartments with on-site parking, open parking. And on the other side you have 100 townhouses with attached garages. And across the street, you have a subdivision with 100 single-family dwellings. Doesn't make a difference with or without garages. So the scoping for these three is different. If you have the apartments, they don't have garages attached or detached. They have an open parking, and you will apply the 10%. So the 10% with the parking needs to be EV ready or capable, whatever, we'll get there. And for the rest of it, you don't have the 10%, you have 100% for 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses with attached private garages. So this is the difference. Again, the difference is in scoping.
So with the scoping, then would you just need to include or say something that each dwelling unit with off-street parking or provided with off-street parking? Because you're talking about only providing this branch circuit to those dwelling units or townhouses that provide off-street parking, correct?
Actually, I wrongly used off-street parking. We are using on-site parking. It's
okay, on-site parking.
It's on-site.
But isn't that what you just explained in your last item where you're talking about the scoping would be different, but the scoping is different only in the sense that they are providing on-site parking, no matter what the type of facility is.
That's correct. If you have on-site parking, the 10% applies. If you have, well, I get your point. I just don't know how to explain it in the language. Again, I knew this conversation will happen, and this is why I intentionally didn't use the occupancy classifications. I used the type of buildings. And again, don't take my comments here and my proposal as something that I will really die for. But we're here to discuss, and I'm trying to explain the intent behind, what I have in this document.
No, I'm good with that. I know we've discussed it several times, so I have no problem with just trying to find something that works. I guess for me, as you know, the technical code stuff that I work on, I don't necessarily believe we need to reference anything of 1 and 2 family dwellings or townhouses in this section of the building code. Whether folks look at the scoping or not, there's a lot of designers that are not going to go look at the scoping or this section of the building code to determine whether or not they have to have EV infrastructure. It just needs to be in the residential code. And if they are building out of the building code, they're going to get to this section. So that's all I was getting at.
I think it does. I think it's good to have it here because it reiterates that if you're outside of the IRC, then you still have to provide it. And by having it separate, it is 100% of them instead of 10% of them. And as to on-site or off-street or any of that, really doesn't matter simply because exception number 3 clarifies that. If you don't have parking, then you're exempt.
So I see the whole, and this is the one I'm stuck on, is it's a popular built construction style here, at least, is a townhouse style building built in the IBC. So they don't plat, it ends up being apartments, but every unit still has a garaged stall. If it, without what Stoyan is putting in there, they would apply 10% to a site that is like that. Not every unit inside, like everybody's private garage having it, which seems to be the intent of what I think we were asked to do, which is get it in each one of those units. But, or does that make sense? What I'm seeing is the whole, or why it's important for it to be in here too and not just the IRC, because you can build a townhousey building. It's not a definition townhouse building, but it is a popular apartment style of construction. But then I don't know, I mean, if you're only going to put 10% infrastructure in on that kind of thing, that doesn't make a lot of sense when it is functionally the same as if you platted and did a townhouse structure.
No, I can agree with that. And like I said, I think that's why you address each dwelling unit in that instance and not classify it as a IBC townhouse or an IBC 1 or 2 family dwelling. Because what you're indicating there is it should go with the dwelling unit.
Yeah. But, you know, because like if it is rentals, if it is a traditional 3-story walk-up apartment complex where you've got a sea of parking stalls kind of spread out around the site, if you have 10%, it doesn't matter if I'm renting unit, whatever unit I'm renting, I can park and use one of those EV stalls. But if private garages are provided, and that's the parking that's on site, if only 10% are provided that way, I can't go purchase an EV without relocating to that one apartment out of 10 that was provided a private garage with a charger.
Sure. Yeah, I think if we can tie it to dwelling unit, that would make the most sense.
Yeah.
If you tied it with the dwelling units, you are exempting dwelling units that don't have garages. So in this case, if you have, again, a subdivision of single family dwellings or subdivision of duplexes, I've seen a few around. You all know I'm looking for a house. And you're exempting those. So they may or they may not have garages, but if we tied dwelling units with private garages, then if you don't have a garage, then there is no EV requirement, which is not the intent of HB 1287.
If you don't have a garage and you have, oh, go ahead, Micah.
No, I was going to say you're right, Stoyan. I was not trying to only say that garages needed to provide that. I was just saying that any dwelling units that's provided with parking should have an EV infrastructure put in place. That's what I was getting at. And I think that's the same direction you were going.
EV dwelling unit provided with private parking?
Yes.
Okay, well,
Of course,
I
that
guess
may lead to a bunch more questions too, because
what is a private parking? Yes.
exactly. This whole thing leads to 1,000 questions, I'm sure. So
Yeah, Jim, we see your note about assigned parking. That's problematic from an enforcement standpoint.
There is a comment in the chat which says dedicated parking.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's
Jim
tough.
Jensen.
Ugh.
And then to jump in, Stoyan, we got that email from Thad, and Thad is here. I believe he's still here. He talks about that in that email. Is this a good time to bring that up, or do you want to wait and get through this and then go back and revisit that?
Well, instead sharing the email, he can introduce.
I think that issue would just muddy this further. I don't think
Okay.
it will help here.
All right.
I think for the sake of what if we just said dwellings with attached private garages shall comply with 429.3? Because if you don't have an attached private garage, you would just go to the 10%.
Well, you're eliminating again. My concern is that, well, let's go back a little bit. HB 1287, the language is vague. It's unclear. But again, we were listening to the recordings. We exchanged a few emails with the sponsor of the bill and the senator that proposed the R3 elimination, and at the Senate floor, the discussion was for 1 and 2 family dwellings. Most of the discussion was about garages, but to the best of my understanding, what the senators believed they voted for was 100% of single family dwellings. And it was a tight vote. It was 25 versus 23. It passes 25 versus 23. But my concern is here, if we eliminate 1 and 2 family dwellings without garages, we may not meet the intent of this bill. Again, the intent is unclear, but it's based on our research. This is what we've considered. And again, the TAC members can recommend something else, or the council. It's just we're here to discuss this. And I get Micah's point, and I kind of agree with it. I just don't know how to make it better. I was thinking about private garages. I was thinking about dedicated garages or dedicated parking spaces. I can work on a definition for a dedicated parking space, or whatever we agreed on. But you're right that whatever the approach is, it will bring questions.
Based
I was
on
looking
the
at the
intent
legislative.
that Stoyan, I think based on the intent that Stoyan has described here, the language that he has presented here is probably the best we're gonna. I think it captures it the most clearly. Every time we try to wordsmith something, there's one of these others. But so I do think that it's well written based on understanding that intent, or as the best compromise that we can get, I think.
I would also add to that, this is clear enough that I think we can all implement this.
So, Stoyan, this is Micah again. Just a question. and I know we've gotten sidetracked because I probably asked too many questions, but how is this different, or what sections are different from the current WAC that is that we have dated 6/24/21? That language that we moved through the State Building Code Council that I'm not sure some folks may be even aware of at this point. And then the further modified bill, which asked us to eliminate group R3, the exception for that. It did not ask us to eliminate the exception for group U. And so now you have a whole new language on the screen, or at least a new version of that WAC rule that I'm not even sure folks are aware that we have modified in the last 6 months. So could you explain some of that for us?
During the discussion at the previous meeting, there were some comments regarding the difficulties to enforce employee housing, and the recommendation was to get rid of this exception. The second one is for U occupancies. The U occupancies, with this proposal, I'm covering the private garages. And for the rest of the question, what is the difference? Well, I'm paraphrasing here, but the new bill HB 1287 is asking the council to go above and beyond whatever it's already proposed. And we had an email that we shared at the previous meeting. John, do you have this in handy or
From Annabelle?
Yeah. Sorry, I surprised you a little bit.
That's all right.
Which explains what is the goal and where are we going. And again, I will follow the TAC recommendation, whatever it is, and then we'll go to the standing committee. We'll have the council debating it, and we'll have about 2 months for public comments and testimony. So I intentionally made it in a different section to allow this proposal to be easily modified. I know the energy code and the electric vehicle proposals are always debatable, and I know there will be different opinions, and I will listen whatever you say, and whatever the recommendation is, I'll modify the proposal.
All right, thank you, Stoyan. Any additional comments?
There were a couple of comments in the chat.
Or let's pull up the chat. Let's see, Kim Barker suggested that we mimic IBC 1106 language where at least one parking space is provided for each dwelling unit or sleeping unit. Then at least one accessible parking space shall be provided with. So I guess as opposed to accessible, it would be, EV, language for the EV. So any discussion or comments on that?
That would be significantly more stalls than 10% on a big apartment site.
All right. And then let's see, that was Kim's. John, I think we went through yours, right? Dwellings with private garages. We talked about that. Any other comments? So Stoyan, you're looking for, yep, go ahead.
Andrew, this is Mike again. Are we going through more of these sections? Because I have, and like I said, I I know there's been meetings on this. I've been part of those meetings. When we look at 429.4.3 of Stoyan's proposal and compare that with 429.3 of the existing WAC language, that's a significant jump in electrical requirement. The sentence there that says the
So hold on one second.
on-site-
Michael, hold on one second.
Okay.
Stoyan, my understanding is yes, we're going through section by section, correct?
Yes, because I have an explanation on Micah's comment. This is why I wanted to keep it separately, and I can explain why the proposal looks like it.
Okay, Micah, is it okay if we go in order and we'll get to that? Or are you jumping off
That's
soon?
absolutely fine. I wasn't sure if you were going to try to get a motion and move on, or if you're doing motion section by section. Sorry.
I'm up for recommendations on how to do that. I think we should probably do one motion for something like this, because it sounds like there'll be more work to be done. But what other folks think?
So what is the recommendation for the first exception? There is no utility service, or which term? We can change it now.
All right, yeah, well, let's do that. So let's attack this section, finish it up, and then move to the next.
So I think we agree that exception 2 doesn't belong here, so we can strike it.
My suggestion for number 1 would be there is no public utility or commercial power supply.
Sounds clear to me.
Is that how you guys want to change it?
It sounds clear to me. I think it's a good way to proceed.
Can you say that again? If there's no commercial?
There is no public utility or commercial power supply.
This is Thad. Does a commercial power supply include a private utility supply like PSE?
That would be a public utility.
Oh, PSE is a private utility. It's not a public utility. It's an investor-owned utility.
Yep, Thad's right. Yep.
Yeah.
I would consider that a commercial power supply.
Yeah.
You could also just say there is no electrical service available.
The issue with the electrical service was that, electrical service, how you define it. If I'm off grid and I have, whatever power there, generator or solar panels or anything, it's still an electrical service. I thought about it, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
you
that.
have solar only, it is a electrical service.
All right. Any other comments on the exceptions there?
This is Micah again. I do have questions on the dwelling units without parking. I feel like if you're in the scoping section, you're exempting that no matter what. And I believe that the argument will come that you're only going to get the 10% parking stalls, or they could say that no dwelling unit in our area is provided with parking, so we don't have to do any EV except for that 10%. I think that if you exempt dwelling units without parking and you're only getting the 10% for the on-site parking, that it's not going to meet the intent of the legislation, which is what, if I believe Stoyan and everyone else indicated, that they're trying to get EV parking or EV infrastructure for each dwelling unit. Am I missing that somewhere?
My intent was dwelling units without any parking, but what you're saying makes sense now. It may be questionable. the intent for exception 3 was dwelling units without any parking. So now you have this fill in projects. You have houses without parking or driveways and no garages. Accessory dwelling units. Some jurisdictions require parking, others don't. It was my intent to cover all this.
So could we have that read dwelling units without required on-site parking?
Thank you. That's exactly where I was going.
Like that.
I would highly recommend not putting the word required on there. I would just have dwelling units without on-site parking.
I would second that.
Wow, everyone's in agreement.
Well, I will play the devil's advocate here. So if we have dwelling unit, let's say I have a single family dwelling and I have a garage. And this exception tells me dwelling units without on-site parking. So I don't have on-site parking, but I have the garage. I get the intent. And again, I'm playing the devil's advocate, trying to predict the questions.
I think a garage would easily be considered on-site parking,
I would
Okay.
agree.
covered parking.
Do we need to define on-site parking or it doesn't need?
That's for enforcers to decide. I think it's clear enough, but you know, what do some officials think?
I think it's clear enough.
I think it's pretty clear. I mean, if, you know, possibly we could say on-site parking or parking garages or.
What if we say dwelling units without garages or on-site parking?
I'm okay with that.
Now that's taking a clear stance that garages are not on site. You could say without garages or other on-site parking, and then we're not making a strong statement there.
Okay.
Perhaps it could be
Right.
without on-site parking, including private garages.
I don't really like that language.
I don't want to be picky on the on-site part, but because we have two different sections, and one section talks about private garages and the other one talks about on-site parking. So intentionally or unintentionally, we are separating the on-site parking from the garage. If we have on-site parking only here, we may create another confusion.
I think whoever it was who said other on-site parking, that
Or
that
other,
helped.
Yeah, it's a persnickety comment, so you know, I was just, it's probably clear either way. So
Did you want me to add other to that?
it sounds like no one necessarily has that strong of an opinion. So as the one who suggested it, I'll leave it out unless anyone else wants it in there. We'll leave it at this. So, all right.
I liked your other.
You did?
I like the other.
And I did.
Okay.
And I
let's
did
put
agree
other-
with you, Andrew. I do agree with you, Andrew, on the concern of classifying that, you know, you're stating here that garages are not considered parking.
Okay, let's do that.
That's
Then
it.
dwelling units
Yeah.
without garages or other on-site parking. Beautiful. Any other comments there before we move on? All right. Go ahead, Stoyan.
For the definitions, I will eliminate the highlighted definitions. So they're I forgot to add something about the exception. So I think I mentioned it when we started that proposal 196 has very interesting approach for affordable housing. So I personally believe that there should be some exception for affordable housing or less stringent requirements. But we can address this when we get to proposal 196.
Okay, was that in the House bill? Anything addressing that?
No, it wasn't.
What we've got so far, is that only what's required by the House bill, or are we going above and beyond what's required?
We may go above and beyond when we get to 429.4. So far, in my opinion, and again, I coordinated this with our attorney and we did research. Based on our research, we meet the intent with the detail that I have to admit the bill is not, how you read it is not really
okay. Should we take
what the intent is.
Is it all right to take a straw poll whether we want to just meet the intent or if we want to go above and beyond the intent? Would that make things easier in discussion?
With 429.4, my issue was that neither I or many stakeholders and building departments didn't understand what we exactly require. So when we get to 429.4, we may or we may not exceed the intent. The same comment applies to employee parking, the exception for employee parking.
Okay.
And then Thad has his hand raised and would like to comment.
Sure, go ahead, Thad.
I just wanted to make one small point, which is that the definition for EV-ready parking space does not include junction boxes, but the discussion of EV-ready parking spaces later on hang on, let me find the right number here. In whatever section it actually discusses EV-ready parking spaces, junction boxes are included there. And I thought you might want to get those to sync with each other.
The intent behind the definition for EV-ready parking space, and this is different from the intent in 196. So I consider EV-ready parking space when you have the charger installed or you have the receptacle outlet, so you can use the your charger and you can plug in and charge the vehicle. So if the junction box is there, then I will eliminate the junction box. So you have your portable charger and you have the receptacle outlet 220, you'll plug it in and you can charge it. Or you have the electric vehicle charger already installed and you can charge it. And EV capable is you have the conduit, you have the service capacity, and it's all you need is to fish the wire and have it ready for the installation of the charger. The same if you have the wire installed. In this case, you don't need the conduit, but you have the junction box or you have some other termination point that will make the parking space EV capable, because again, you need to connect the charger or install a receptacle outlet. You'll tell me if it makes sense what I'm saying, but it was my intent. Andrew, there are
Yeah.
2 more hints.
Yeah, Kathleen has her hand raised as well.
Sure, go ahead, Kathleen. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Petrie, King County. I greatly appreciate Stoyan's taking this on. And we are challenged with an industry interpretation and a definition. So for example, in the industry, EVSE typically means that you have a charging unit on the end of all of the infrastructure. And so, however, the electrical code doesn't exactly say that. It says, I believe it says, or apparatus for charging. So I appreciate what Stoyan has done by saying with the EV ready space, it's basically saying we've got a charger right there. Oh, excuse me. Oh, there's an or in there. So I think somewhere in here, because we'll end up with the same issue with the other proposal, is to clarify what is the infrastructure and what actually has a charger on it, and or if we're going to deal with that in a definition versus if we're going to just add extra text. So, but industry standard would mean like EV ready would typically have the circuit for a 208, 240 and the wiring, and then the EVSE would have the remaining components. But again, I appreciate what Stoyan's doing because it's not easily, it's a little bit broken in the system itself. And so he's trying to tackle the definitions and clarify.
This is that again. I was talking away with my setting on mute. All I wanted to point out, I understand Stoyan's intent, I think. All I wanted to point out was that 429.4.2 at this point says that an EV-ready parking space shall terminate at a junction box, receptacle outlet, or charging equipment. And that, as I understood Stoyan's intent, terminating at a junction box does not make that space EV-ready. That ought to read terminated a receptacle outlet so you could plug in a portable charger or an EV charging equipment. But terminating in a junction box is not adequate for that category.
In comment, very well accepted. I said I want to eliminate the junction box when we get to, I guess I wasn't clear. I want to eliminate the junction box when we get to that section.
All right, thank you. Thad, your hand's still up.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, put it down so that when you raise it next time, we can call on you. No worries. Any other comments? All right, go ahead, Stoyan, if you want to continue.
So, John, can you go up a little bit? So and now we are getting into the real meat, and these are the technical requirements. So the requirement for single family dwellings and townhouses is the conduit only. So it's 100%, but you have the conduit and you have the service capacity for 40 amp minimum dedicated branch circuit. And I have an exception. So if you don't want to have the conduit, you can install the wire, and you have a nice 40 amp receptacle outlet that you can use for your garage tools or whatever you want to work with.
This is Mark. I had a question on the EVSE. Why are we putting the grounded conductor in there if they're all 208 and 240?
I took the definition from the National Electrical Code. I just copy and paste. I did copy paste. And it's not that I like the definition. I just didn't wanna have different definitions in both codes. And
it would seem to be like that would require you to pull a grounded conductor with it. That's all I was saying. I don't know why it was included.
Well, don't you need it for 240?
No.
Yeah.
You do. And again, I did copy paste. It's been in the electrical code for a long time. I use the term only once. I really wanted to not use it because we don't have any authority over the electrical code. Most of the jurisdictions, they don't enforce the electrical code because labor and industries is doing this. I just couldn't, but I'll think about it. If you have, yes, sir.
Speaking of the NEC, did you use the NEC definitions for EV capable and EV ready?
No.
And is there a reason you didn't?
I don't think they have EV capable and EV ready there.
Okay, John, did you have a comment about that? John Sue?
No, yeah, no, I was just asking the question because we've had this debate about EV ready and things like that in other venues back when I was in Seattle and or this discussion, and I wasn't sure where the term gets used in other codes, whether it's in the energy code or somewhere else that has where this would then change how that's applied. I was just asking the question.
I don't really like the terms EV capable and EV ready, but I use both terms because they're common terms used everywhere. Defined, not defined, they're used everywhere. So personally, I don't like them because they create issues with, different interpretation what EV ready means. But the other option I had again was EV charging station and EV space, which is the same, similar trouble.
I think for me, it's just an adjustment how I think, because when we were when we've discussed this in the past, EV ready meant having the circuit there. Didn't talk about actually, go as far as this definition of EV ready. So EV ready in previous discussions was more like EV capable, I guess. So that's I'm just asking if and looks like Kathleen is saying that electric code only addresses that, but and Kathleen kind of talked about what's the industry language, what are they using, and so just might want to make sure we're all on the same page when we say the term. That's all.
The definitions I found were in California Green Building Code, and I didn't like them. And I crafted my own. Well, I did develop that one in California, but I didn't like it at the beginning. If I can add for the purposes of section 429, so in this case, we will avoid comparison with other codes if I've missed something. And again, if something is not clear, we can modify it.
Yeah, thank you. Any other comments? All right, go ahead, Stoyan.
Okay. Are we still on 429.3?
Yes.
Yes.
So I have some comments on that. This is Micah.
Yeah, go ahead, Micah.
I have some concerns with the language of this section. It really, the requirements in here are something that should come out of the electrical code. You're talking about raceway size and diameter. I'm not even certain. Well, it seems like a 1-inch raceway is excessive for one single 40 amp circuit in a one family house. Back from my days as an electrician, it's been a long time ago, but I just think that some of this stuff is electrical code, or should be electrical code requirements and not in here. And then who is verifying or who has verified that this aligns with the requirements of the NEC?
That is a good question, and I don't have the answer because I have the same question for 429 that was just adopted. It's the same enforcement issues. I know you're right. I just don't know how to make it better. We are using the raceway in 429. That was just well, it became effective on August 29. If you don't know that. Again, Micah, you're right. I don't have the answer, and I don't know how to make the language better.
That's fine. I do see the language from, that was just adopted, but I'm missing the whole 1-inch raceway.
The 1-inch raceway can host up to 60 amp circuit conductors for up to 60 amps. If the requirement is 40 amps, then it is okay 1 inch, but you're right that if it exceeds 40 amps, then the building inspector in a jurisdiction that doesn't have an electrical inspector will be difficult to justify if the conduit has the adequate size. However, when somebody wants to install a charger or even a receptacle outlet, the permit is required, I assume, and even labor in industry. Even labor in industry can make this inspection, but
If you can mute if you're not speaking, that'd be appreciated.
Yeah, I think that's, Thad, you had your hand raised. I believe that was.
Yeah. Just a sec. Sorry. In 429.4.3, as I understand the current language, which says that you have to be able to simultaneously charge all the EVs at 40 amps, that seems incompatible with using the load management software that's in the exception.
Can you keep your thought for later when we get to that section?
Sure, I thought we were there. Sorry.
No, not yet.
All right. Any other questions on, we're still on 429.3, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Any other
And
comments?
I really don't have any
on that?
questions. I guess my request would be that either the TAG or SBCC staff review that section and compare it to the requirements of the NEC for a similar size 40 amp circuit.
I compared the tables, and again, it's adequate for 40 amp based on the type of conductors used. It can go up to 60.
Okay.
This is Mark.
And then does that, go ahead.
I was going to say that why is it necessary to even declare a size? Could you not just say listed raceway to accommodate and take all that description of the size of conduit out?
That will work. My concern when I was thinking about this was that if you have 1 inch, I was afraid that they'll go to the minimum required, and 1 inch conduit was a common practice for a 40 amp circuit, but I can modify it in the way you're asking.
You already need a 60 amp circuit to charge a Tesla at the maximum rate that it will accept. And I think that things are only going to continue to move in that direction. Chargers are, in the lifetime of these buildings, are going to be able to accept more and more charge and bigger circuits.
40 amp is the minimum. I didn't want to go above that. If it makes sense to eliminate the conduit size, but to specify that the minimum is for 40 amp. But again, we're getting into this enforcement issues. Who will figure out what kind of conduit is adequate for 40 amps if the city or county doesn't have electrical inspector?
That will be the state. The state should require it. And I guess that's my question on this entire section is, does it align with the NEC? Because you have requirements for termination of this raceway, and it gives options. You have requirements for continuity, which I'm sure those would be good to have. But again, does this align with the requirements of the NEC in a way that is enforceable by a building inspector that would be looking at this compared to somebody that's an electrical inspector? In other words, you're going to get a building inspector to come in and look at this section because this is technically their requirement, 429. And then you're getting an electrical inspector come in and tell them to install something different, and they don't correlate. And that does occur. So the state electrical inspector can come in and go, oh, you don't have to do this, or it's wrong, or you got to install something else. When the building inspector came in and said, you have to meet this requirement of 429, I'm beating a dead horse, and there's a reason I'm beating this dead horse. This stuff belongs in the electrical code, plain and simple. So I will beat that dead horse over and over and ask these questions until we get either adequate code language or put this in the right place.
Considering that I'm the dead horse now, I would accept any suggestion or recommendation. Unfortunately, when this House Bill, both 1257 and 1287, the folks that are working on the bills, they're not technical experts. So this is what they ended up with. And again, I thought about it. It's not that I disagree with the comments or the questions. I just don't know how to make it better. If we say everything goes to the electrical code, well, it should be a statutory change. It should be a change in the law. I
agree 100%, Stoyan. I guess my issue with this is we're coming back and we're modifying language again that we just adopted literally a month ago, went into effect. And now we're modifying this even further without the direction of additional legislation. The only additional legislation came from removing the R3 exception and a few other very minor modifications, but yet we are rewriting this entire section again because, and we don't have a clear understanding of why the State Building Code Council is rewriting this, other than meeting the exception of the current legislation. So,
that's exactly
I'm
why, to meet the legislation, Micah.
Well, we just did that to meet the legislation.
No,
and the only change to that legislation was, and they came with a new change to the legislation that modified less. It took out the exception. We can pull up that House Bill 1287 for the new sections, but there's not a lot of new requirements for us to fully modify this section of the code. And I've said this at the last meeting, I've said at the State Building Code Council meeting, the changes should not, if we're going above and beyond the requirements of the legislation, that should not come from the council itself. That should either be legislatively directed to the council, or it should come from an outside member of the public.
Micah, just to be clear, your concern there is the 1 and 2 family dwellings because the legislation only says R3. Is that what you think we're going above and beyond?
No, I think we'll get further into these other sections, but if you read what is proposed currently on the screen for 429 that Stoyan graciously put together, it is significantly modifying the currently adopted WAC rules that went into effect a month ago. And there is no legislation that says we should be doing this.
John, can you show
now, if somebody came in with a proposal like Kathleen, then we should be looking at Kathleen's proposal and modifying that proposal, possibly to meet the legislation further or moving that intent. But the State Building Code Council should not be pushing these changes as a body themselves. And that's what we're doing. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. Maybe I should be corrected by our Attorney General, our Assistant Attorney General that represents the State Building Code Council. But I'm completely fine with us modifying this section per the legislation. But right now, what we're working on is way beyond what the legislation is asking us to do.
I agree with you, that we should not go
Just
above
gotta-
and beyond anything that legislation is asking. And my understanding up through now, we've not. But go ahead, finish up, Micah. Sorry.
No, that's it. I will stop rant. I'm gonna stop my rant, Andrew, and everybody. I apologize, but we're trying to fix something that we haven't been directed to fix. If anything, we should be spending more time on Kathleen's proposal and trying to modify it to make those sections work. And if we are doing anything based on the legislation, it should be what was pushed through the legislation. And that is to remove the exceptions to R3. And I believe that was really it.
And okay, I agree with you. Stoyan, are we going above and beyond that? I thought that, from going through this, that's exactly what we're doing.
What I said was based on staff research and coordination with our Assistant Attorney General. The intent for this proposal to eliminate R3 occupancy was to require electric vehicle charging infrastructure for 1 and 2 family dwellings. Our research showed that it was a striker at the Senate floor, and the debate for a few hours, more than 3 hours, was about 1 and 2 family dwellings. So talking about 1 and 2 family dwellings, my understanding is that we meet the intent of this bill. And of course, of course, the council can make a decision contrary to that. It's the council's right. I was tasked to develop something, and this is what I did. I don't want to take sides or anything. It's based on staff research and several discussions that we had at the council meeting, TAC meetings, and hundreds of emails and phone calls we're receiving about Section 429. So I don't want to be the dead horse. I'm trying to help.
Okay, no, I agree with you. We took a vote at the tag here that we were going to include 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses, because that was the intent, even if it was not in the language itself. So
Kathleen's proposal goes 1 step or even 2 steps above what I have here. So if you want to discuss Kathleen's proposal, yes, we'll get there. And the council may decide to adopt it. I don't want to make a suggestion here. Again, I was tasked to develop the language, and this is what I did.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that, Micah. So what you're saying is we believe we're doing what you're saying. We are not going above and beyond what was required by the legislation. Let me read a couple comments that are in here. Kathleen said, I don't know if it helps, but the bill in Section 1 states require state building codes that support the anticipated levels of zero emissions vehicles. Use that result from the program requirements in Chapter 70A.30 RCW, and that achieve emissions reductions consistent with RCW 70A.45020. No, that doesn't help me much, Kathleen. Did you want to explain that further?
Yeah, sorry about that. You might have that one off the top of your head. I think basically what the intent, perceived intent, or of the House bill is basically saying strive higher, and it's squishy. It's not as succinct as just saying deal with the R3 occupancies, but it's really saying the intent is to say you do have some parameters, I think, to expand beyond just the R3 component if the State Building Code Council would like to. I think it gives you that opportunity, but doesn't put a hard line anywhere. So I do believe that it's my opinion that Stoyan's proposal, it could be in play depending on how you interpret this.
Thank you, Kathleen. And I agree. Stoyan, you're proceeding exactly as we asked you to, and based on our understanding of the intent. So let's see, there are a couple more comments in here. Mark asked, how do we provide the cost impact? And Micah asked, Michael, I'm sorry, said to Micah's point, I think we get to 429.4 is really where this exceeds the R3 issue by removing all the previous exceptions, extremely significant. Michael, do you want to comment on that further?
Yeah, I'll throw my 2 cents in here. I mean, we're jumbling sections again, but to Micah's point, I think when we get to 429.4, by removing all those exceptions that we previously had, I think that significantly changes the applicability of this. And that's where I have some issues. I very much agree with adding it to residential and where people live, but I have a hard time saying every Subway, sandwich shop, coffee shop, fruit stand, restaurant, should be paying for all of this for, when people stop there for 5 minutes, they shouldn't, all of these retailers and assembly occupancies now are lumped into this with limited really functionality of it. And I think that's where this significantly exceeds the R3 issue, because it takes probably 80% of the parking lots out there and says now they have to be provided with the charging.
And I agree with that, and this is why I wanted to discuss this separately. I do agree.
Exactly. So yeah, we'll get up to that next.
Yeah,
but we're still at 429.3.
I can back up to the 429.3. I agree with the whole point of not specifying the size, because that should be electrical code. But where you had the strikeout, I think shall be installed needs to remain. I think too much got struck there.
At the top of my head, I think the 1 inch was cited in the bill, but John, can you show the bill?
The House bill.
The House bill, yes. I think
where?
it was there. Down. Go down when you get to. I think it was section 4 or section 6. I can't remember. Go down. You see a highlighted area and just right above the highlights.
Let's just go down to the highlights.
Right here. Okay. So let's see a little bit more up. 4 amp or equivalent. Okay. Okay, it's not there. The 40 amp is there. I can eliminate the size.
But we need that to stay. Is that better? A listed raceway shall be installed to accommodate.
Yep, looks good to me. Okay, any more comments on 429.3?
Yes, that's supposed to say, according to the bit you just looked at, that's supposed to say a 40 amp circuit, and it doesn't at the moment.
The 40 amp
towards the bottom.
Is at the bottom.
Thanks.
Actually, I think he's correct, because that's saying that the panel or sub-panel shall be provided capacity to install a 40 amp dedicated branch circuit. Has nothing to do with the raceway above.
Okay. I can massage it a little bit.
Right after the 208, 240 volt.
And just to share my further opinion on that, honestly, I think you could end that paragraph right there and not include all those other items. All those other items aren't really needed, in my opinion.
John, can you go down to section 429.4.2? Okay, right there. So do you think the first sentence meets what you're saying, a minimum 40 amperes, 40 amp dedicated 208, 240 volt branch circuit shall be installed. So instead branch circuit, I will have the conduit capable to accommodate a minimum 40 amp dedicated 240 volt branch circuit. Is that okay?
I think so.
Okay.
I think on, let's see, on the second sentence, we should add that the branch circuits shall terminate at an approved junction box, receptacle outlet, or EV charging equipment.
No, for this section, I just wanted to show you how it will read. So now we can go back to. I heard Micah suggested something else, but I couldn't follow what he exactly said.
Sorry, if we go back to 429.3, I understand what you were saying, Stoy, and you were talking about bringing up the first part of the sentence down below up to 429.3, so it's similar. It states the same. But my further comment was all the rest of that paragraph is not necessary information. Pretty much if it needs to meet the NEC requirements, it's going to, I mean, I don't think you need to tell people that raceway needs to originate from a electrical service. That's already an NEC requirement, it's an electrical requirement, or some other type of junction box. I just think the rest of that is just not needed. You're required to put in this raceway. You're required to put in the raceway for the circuit, and that's it. And I take that back. And the electrical service panel. So the last sentence could probably be provided as well. But the stuff in the middle, I don't think it's needed.
Like this right here.
The raceway is not required by NEC. It's raceway is considered a different. Could be a conduit, could be a different type of wire. So the raceway itself is not necessarily required. There are some requirements for raceways for specific conditions, but in our case, I don't think the raceway is required in NEC.
And I think that's why they put the exception there that you can install it per the NEC. So we have an exception there that just says, put it in like the NEC says. So why do we have that exception when we just put, why would we not just put that as part of the code language saying that in accordance with the NEC? Because I would personally would probably use Romex in a single family home to provide that outlet. I would not choose to use a raceway if you're going to actually provide the power to it. But why? I think we could just go delete the exception and put it as part of the language and get rid of all that other language.
So it will be a raceway or circuit with the wire, one or another. Is it what you're asking for? I agree with you. I wouldn't install the raceway. I just don't need it. I will install the Romex. That is what I will do. But if I have a requirement for a complete circuit, which is the Romex, well, I don't know what Micah will say. He's beating me up with the raceway and now with the Romex.
Well, I think
I'm
that's
sorry,
the difference.
I feel bad. I really do. I hate beating people up over code, but we want to get this stuff right, and I can agree there. Why do we need all the rest of that stuff when it pretty much gives the exception to meet the NEC? And that was a great point that I didn't bring up on. You're just gonna, you're pretty much gonna use almost stove cable. And I remember pulling it. It's ready to go. You pull it through the walls and done. You don't need a raceway. But I just think there's a lot of information in this paragraph that's not needed, especially when you have the exception below, which that's what should apply anyway. That should govern this electrical installation, should be the NEC. So I think you could incorporate the exception into that first sentence and probably keep the last sentence of the paragraph where it talks about the space or capacity in the panel, and the rest of that paragraph could be eliminated.
Can we do for each dwelling unit, install a listed raceway or no? So for each dwelling unit, install a listed raceway to accommodate a dedicated 40 amp to 140 volt branch circuit. And then I will add another sentence, something like a dedicated 240 volts 40 amp branch circuit is acceptable, or something in this regard. And then I don't need to refer to the National Electrical Code because 429.1 already refers to the National Electrical Code. Is it something that you would accept? I need more time to think about the language. I don't want to modify it on fly, but it will have the raceway and it will have a dedicated branch circuit. I prefer to keep the branch circuit in the exception, but if you feel it will be better in the section language, I can move it up.
This is Mike Barth again. The way you have it written, the exception answers the whole Romex issue.
And this is what I was trying to address, the Romex issue, which I didn't consider an issue. I considered it one step above, well, a half step above the conduit.
Yeah, so I don't understand in the, I think to me, you have EV capable and EV ready. The capable would probably lend itself to a raceway versus ready, but I would think that, what did they write in the legislation? They're just looking for the EV ready, not the EV, or the EV capable, whatever, it just is the raceway, it's just the infrastructure. That's all they're talking about there is the infrastructure. They don't go into saying that the wiring exists or anything.
So I agree with you. How I read the bill, they're talking for EV capable, which, you know, they're talking about the infrastructure and I consider it EV capable. This is important because when we get to 429.4, you will see how our existing language reads. But can somebody suggest a text for 429.3? I can make it shorter, but you know, I can accept a suggested text, or I will need more time to develop it. If somebody can suggest a text, we can change it right here. I consider the complete circuit with the Romex, which Romex is not the right term. It's just part of the brand of the cable, but let's say we'll use it Romex. So I consider the Romex one step, well, I said half step above. This is why I didn't put it in 429.3.
Yeah, I'd say non-metallic cable.
Again, I don't think we should specify it. I think, me personally, I mean, I understand Micah's point with the language there and whether it's necessary or not, but I do think having the descriptive language is helpful in understanding exactly what the requirement is. So in my opinion, the language kind of as you have it written right now seems to work.
Stoyan, you asked if somebody had language. I was throwing that together real quick. I'll shoot it over to John real fast.
So there are two options here, two proposals or two recommendations. One to keep it as is without the without specifying the conduit. And the other one is to eliminate the details for the raceway origination point and the termination point. Is that describes what we have?
Sounds like it, Stoyan.
Okay, well, I can do both ways. I'll follow the recommendation.
All right,
But-
sorry, I was typing and sending something to John. So I sent it over. My recommendation, while he's pulling it up, I'll just walk through it, was to take the exception and make it the first part of the sentence. So it will give you an option. You can put in the dedicated branch circuit in accordance with the NEC, or you can install a listed raceway to accommodate that branch circuit. And then it eliminates some of the additional information in the middle of the paragraph, but then also keeps the electric service panel capacity requirement for that dedicated branch circuit. So it's kind of an either or option. It shortens the paragraph and eliminates the exception, but I think it meets what you were going for, Stoyan. So I don't know how long it's going to take to get to you, John, but I sent it to your DES email.
Yep, I just got it. Is there one of these you want me to pull up first?
It should be just the language I posted in that email.
Let's see here.
I rewrote the paragraph for you, so you can just pull it up and go
You
in
can-
if you'd like.
You can add it below the existing language.
Oh, here we go. All right, I thought I'd gotten it, but it had not gotten here. All right, let's copy that and stick it over here. Let's try.
Since Stoyan asked for recommendation. Even that could use a little work, but I think that captures what you want.
Oh, I stuck it in the wrong place. Well, I'll clean that up here in a bit.
I feel like I hijacked the meeting. It's awful quiet.
This is Mark. I kind of agree with you got there. I like that a lot. And I would say that you don't even need to tell me where to originate the raceway and where to terminate it. I think that the raceway shall originate and terminate should be eliminated from that.
I agree with you. I thought I had eliminated that sentence.
No, let me do this.
I apologize. I did not. I was rushing.
There, makes it easier. So you're saying remove this portion here, this sentence?
Yes.
Well, I think you might have eliminated a little too much because you, we did direct it where it should be in the vicinity of, or where it's terminated. So I
Yeah,
think
right. right now, any 240 circuit you put in the building will meet the requirement.
Put it back in there.
So it needs to have the 40 amp somewhere up front, probably before the dedicated 2.8, 240. So it should be a minimum 40 amp dedicated 2.8, 240 volt branch circuit.
Like that.
With 1 ampere, yeah.
Minimum 40 amp. Dedicated to 40. Okay.
John, can you rewrite that middle sentence as I say?
This here?
Yeah, you don't have to eliminate all of it. Leave the raceway shall, the first
Okay.
3 words, then strike from originated down to terminate.
Oh, erase that part from originated down to terminate.
Yep.
Right here.
Nope, leave terminate. Delete that. Perfect. I think that was the request from maybe Mark or somebody else that talked about leaving the indication of where that needs to terminate.
This is Mark. One other comment I think is, do we really need to say the electrical service has to accommodate it? I mean, maybe, but isn't that kind of a performance issue when you put your host service in anyway?
I think for that, it ties into if you're only providing the raceway, then you need to make sure you have the capacity in the panel. And maybe that sentence needs to be reworded to state that, but maybe we could do that a little later. I think Storian just wanted some suggestions on items, but that's a good point. But that sentence does relate to the raceway and not the actual installed circuit.
I suspect that's as close to agreement as we'll get today.
So we will keep the termination. Okay.
So does that eliminate this exception?
John, can you, yes. Can you allow me to share my screen?
Yes, sir. Let me see this real quick. There you go.
Thank you very much. Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, so this is my version of it. For each dwelling unit, install a minimum 40 amp dedicated to a 240 volt branch circuit or a listed raceway capable to accommodate a 40 amp dedicated to a 240 volt a branch circuit. So we don't need the origination. We need the raceway shall. Well, what you had there is okay. I just felt that the first two sentences needed a little bit more cleanup. So only if I can get some feedback on that only.
Anyone?
You have a minimum in the first part of the sentence, and it isn't in the second part.
What is it? For each dwelling unit, install a minimum for a amp dedicated branch circuit or listed raceway. Yes, okay. Minimum for amp dedicated branch circuit, and then I will follow whatever it's there, whatever you worked on.
Shall be installed is missing somewhere.
It doesn't have shall be installed because I have installed a minimum. I was just trying to make a smooth connection between the branch circuit and the raceway. I just didn't want to keep those two in two different sentences.
So just throw a little monkey wrench on your title. Should that also include accessory structures with the title of 429.3? Because wasn't an accessory dwelling unit? I guess you would capture that under for each dwelling unit.
Yes, it would include the accessory dwelling units, and the exception in 429.1, when I added this exception for the, if there is no parking or garage, I was thinking about accessory dwelling units. I just didn't want to create more issues and specify it in the language.
I can see that. My only concern would be you do specify it in 429.4. And so it could be read that if you're not indicating that in 429.3, that it would not apply to accessory structures for 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses with attached private garages.
So if we have a dwelling unit without parking, accessory or whatever this unit is, it doesn't need EV charging infrastructure, and I kept it in the main section. So this exception is for everything, not only 1 and 2 family dwellings, but it includes 1 and 2 family dwellings, townhouses, condominiums, apartments. Is it?
Okay. That's fine.
Okay. Well, we can spend a little bit more time after we finish the meeting, so we'll massage a little bit the first the first couple of sentences, but we'll keep the intent the same. We'll stay close to the recommended language. Is that sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, so John, I'm leaving and you can share your. Well, I'm not leaving, I'm here, but I stopped sharing.
Okay.
Uh, 429.3.1, I have EV capable or EV ready for the termination location because I didn't want to mess up with the service panel because the building inspectors, they don't look there. So the best case scenario is if you have EV capable or EV ready in the service panel too. And I'm sure the state, labor and industries, they require this because it is a requirement in the NEC to mark the breakers.
All right. Sounds
So
good.
Michael, you see, I was thinking about the enforcement.
Okay, so Stoyan, I guess keep going ahead. If anyone has comments, please speak up. But otherwise, yeah, you may as well just continue on section by section.
Okay, so 429.4, man, I needed to do some push-ups. 429.4, this is the a difficult part. So first, the bill kind of requires the council to go above and beyond the language that was just adopted by the council in 429. And the second part I was dealing with, we keep getting complaints and comments that it's really unclear what section 429 requires. Does it require a conduit, or it requires a wire, or it requires EV charger? It is really unclear. So I took a shot, and I thought we currently require 10% of the parking spaces to be provided with EV infrastructure, which in my opinion, a conduit describes what we are requiring based on the bill, HB 1257, and the second one, HB 1287. And because, I'm sorry, I'm lying. What we currently require, we require the circuit, complete circuit with the breaker and the wire. And we have 10% more, we require 20% the electrical service capacity, and we're mentioning the conduit somewhere. So I considered we require the wire and we require the conduit. If I'm wrong, it's okay, I'll take it well. But I read it 100 times and I wasn't sure what we exactly want to say. And again, we keep receiving comments every day about this. Does it go above and beyond what we currently have in 429? Yes, it does. It eliminates the exception for A and M occupancies. So currently it's for employee housing only. I think the recommendation from the TAC members at the last TAC meeting was to eliminate that because it's difficult to enforce, and this is what I did. So the questions here are, yes, we're going above and beyond. I think the bill requires us to do that, but how much we can go up? And the second part is what we are currently requiring. If I can fully understand this, then I can modify the language and keep it to the current requirements. So with this 429.4, if you disregard the elimination of this exception and the requirement for employee housing, my belief at the time I was working on this proposal was that what I have here matches what we currently have in 429. Again, except the employee parking, I'm talking about the technical requirements. And I will be happy to receive any feedback, positive, negative, it's all good.
I don't want this to be the Micah show, the Micah and Stoyan meeting. I have some concerns with the full elimination of the exception for Group A, E, and M. I was definitely the one that talked about the enforcement issue for designated parking or for designated employee parking. I think, and I think somebody else mentioned that this really jumps up the requirement. And I think they mentioned the subways and the little places like this or little retail shops or even large assembly facilities, you know, for concerts. I mean, you're talking about putting in 10% of their parking spaces are going to be EV charging ready. And I don't believe that is the intent of the legislation. That is a significant jump. If we are going to modify that exception for the original Washington language, which is the WAC that went into effect in August of this year, is that we should just provide the exception for Group A, E, and M, because the only thing that is not enforceable there is the determination of employee parking, because that is not a designation that we're going to get. That's not a requirement of the code. So I think that should, you know, we should keep that exception for those occupancy groups unless we are directed otherwise. I understand we want to go above and beyond to some extent, but you're talking about a significant jump. And I have my concerns on that. I think somebody else voiced their concerns. I couldn't remember if that was Mark or one of the other public members talked about that. That's my 2 cents.
It's me, Mike Barth.
I have a question. I mean, didn't we hear from someone the last time we met about the significant increase of EV type of vehicles or electric vehicles that are going to be have to be produced in the future, that you know, the percentage of EV is going to be significant. So we need to be, I mean, these are requirements for new buildings. So, you know, we need to make sure that the new buildings can accommodate the you know, next foreseeable future, it seems like.
Thank you, Sue. There are other technologies out there too, like hydrogen, you know, working with fuel cells. You know, that's why I'm a proponent of doing only what the legislature has asked us to do and not going above and beyond. I don't think we should necessarily be rooting for or specifying one technology over another. But that's just my personal thought.
So what the bill 1287 says is the rules adopted under this section must exceed the specific minimum requirements established under subsection 2. And in subsection 2, we have currently adopted language in 429. And it also says, so it tells us that the council needs to exceed the requirements currently in 429 for all types of residential and commercial buildings to the extent necessary to support the anticipated levels of zero emission vehicle use that result from the zero emission vehicle program requirements in chapter 78.30 RCW, and that result in emission reductions consistent with RCW 70A 45020. And because I wasn't sure what these references are about, and I really loved the email we received from Annabelle, which John just hit on the screen and he got tired of me and he just removed it. But if you can move it back, I'll appreciate it.
And it looks like Kathleen has had her hand up for a while. I don't.
Yeah, I was about to mention that, but here's that email again.
So again, to summarize, the bill is asking the council to go to exceed the minimum requirements currently established in 429. Unfortunately, doesn't provide specificity to, how much the council need to exceed it. So I agree with Micah.
Sure,
This time, it's way above what we currently have, but I don't know how much we can go up. So
I could throw
consider-
some facts in here if you'd like.
Sure, yes.
That might help provide guidance. So currently, or actually in 2017, 4.3% of the vehicle market share was already EV. And so, and then nationally, 9% of charging is happening not at the home. So it's places we work and we visit. And so the 8% of EV sales that Washington State is requiring dealerships sell EV, 8% of their vehicles sold should be EV, is following California's Air Resources Group. And that group is now saying that they're moving towards 100% of EV sales by 2035 for California. And my understanding is that Ecology is considering that same adoption. So if I would suggest that you push it as far as you feel comfortable, because right now we already have inadequate charging capabilities at our work and entertainment locations. And so, and again, these buildings are, how long are they going to last? And to retrofit, I can show you some numbers with respect to EV ready costs. On average, it's a little bit over $900 for multifamily and commercial buildings, but the retrofit on average is over $3,400. So if the cost to do this later on is going to be, to accommodate our car stock is going to be much more impactful to our development community. So just something to consider there.
Kathleen, quick question for you. The requirements here with the zero emission vehicles, is it for ZEVs or is it specific to EVs, electric vehicles specifically?
My recollection, my apologies, because I have not looked at this legislation in many months, is for electric vehicle only, because the hybrids are phasing out, and they're actually quite a smaller percentage now of the anticipated car stock and existing. They're not growing like EVs are growing in sales.
I guess Andrew meant the hydrogen vehicles.
I'm sorry, Stoyan, what was that?
Hydrogen, if they are in this percentage.
I don't have that information, so my apologies. But I can certainly look.
You.
Yep.
The last time I say it, I won't beat a dead horse. We've got enough horse beaters, Micah. I'm kidding. But yeah, unless it's specified as EV, we do have those other technologies out there which are just as viable. So that's why I'd rather just not play favorites.
I really disagree with the notion that hydrogen for light vehicles is just as viable. If you look at California, at the EV sales in California, hydrogen sales are tiny. There are something like 30 hydrogen charging locations in the entire state. I think it's very clear that hydrogen for pickups and for cars, passenger cars, is a dead end at this point because batteries have gotten so cheap so fast.
As a person coming from California and working on these electric vehicle proposals, I strongly recommend when you are comparing with California, you don't get the Air Resources Board studies as is, but you read into it. Some of these studies are only assumptions, or it is specific to California and Washington. I realized that already it's a different state with a different climate, and it's a different state. So it's good you're referring to California studies that are already done or California code adoptions that are already vetted. This is good, but when you're trying to justify the same proposal in Washington, I would suggest that we read a little further into this studies or a database.
This
So
is Mark.
I have more input. Oh, go ahead, Mark.
Oh, I just want to put 2 cents in that, when you're looking at the overall cost of these installations, it's not that expensive to put a raceway or a conduit in. But once you start pulling wires and landing breakers and those kind of things, it raises the cost up. So I think when we make that leap, I think we should only be talking about the infrastructure capability, because the retrofitting is expensive if you have to cut and saw and trench after the building's done. So I don't think we should make the leap to say, hey, you actually have to put the charging unit in and use that raceway.
Thank you. So this is Micah. John, Mr. McIntyre, can we go back to the code language proposal? The reason I want to bring up the why we should not eliminate the exception for M's and A's and I think it's E's. I have to go back. Anyway, section 4, 2B of the legislation, current legislation states, for occupancies classified as assembly, education, or mercantile, the requirements of this section only apply to employee parking spaces. So I believe if we eliminate the exception, that it is in conflict with the current adopted legislation. 2B. 2B,
I
John,
agree,
if you want to keep
Micah.
scrolling down. I think if we eliminate that exception completely, that you're in complete conflict with what the legislation actually explicitly states. The only recommendation I would make is that we just eliminate the language for employee parking in the building code, because that's not enforceable in the fact that there's nothing in the building code that requires you to provide that information or even requires employee parking specific. Sorry, go ahead, Andrew.
I was just going to agree with what you're saying. Yes, we should keep that exception in there. You know, it's a design choice whether or not to provide employee parking, but yeah, it's not required. If you have a site plan and you say there's no dedicated employee parking, then that is what it is, and no EV charging infrastructure is required.
It's easy to add the exception back. I felt it was the direction I got the last time, so this is why I eliminated it. But again, modifying the language, I will add the exception to 429.1.
Can we take, you know, I mentioned taking a straw poll of voting members of whether they want to comply with the legislation or go above and beyond. And I think maybe that would be a good idea, you know, because, you know, we those are two different ideologies, and let's see which direction we want to go. And I think that might make the discussions going forward a little simpler. It can streamline things. So, John, I don't know. Maybe we should take a roll call.
Andrew, I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but it's very important to clarify what you meant by going above and beyond, because again, section 4.3a specifically says the rules adopted under this section must exceed the specific minimum requirements established under subsection 2, and subsection 2 is what we currently have in 429. So there is a direction for the council, no question on that. The question is how much we, up to what point we will exceed, the council will exceed the current requirements.
So by how much? I would propose that we just meet the requirements for the first set, and then we can go back and say, where do we add in whatever is reasonable to exceed? You know, that's what I mean. Do we want to?
why I mentioned it was because we can exceed by scoping or we can exceed by technical requirements. There are two approaches here.
And what do you mean by scoping exactly?
What I mean by scoping is we already exceeded it by eliminating the employee parking in this proposal. So it's already exceeded. Or if we move the exceptions back, which I agree with Micah's comment, if we move this well, it's not really an exception. It specifically states that the requirements are for employee housing only. Well, then now we are moving back to the technical requirements. What we currently require, and do we want to exceed these requirements? If it makes sense, what I'm saying.
No, I didn't.
Okay, I'll try to.
Can I speak? Can I ask a question? So if we were
Yeah,
to
of course.
eliminate that thing about employee parking, if then they don't have to provide any parking, any EV parking, right, for these occupancies? Is that if we eliminate the
Well, it was an exception. So by eliminating the exception, then you have to provide it on all the parking, as opposed to just what would be the employee parking.
right, but if we if you said okay, yeah, but I guess one question I have is what if employee parking, what if we could assume a percentage that they assume for employees for these businesses? Could we sort of like apply a approximate percentage of for EV parking that would be equivalent? You know, again, I agree that the employee parking is unenforceable, but if we said we're just going to assume that employees are, I don't know, 2% or something like that, or 5% of your parking spaces. Employee parking is, we're just going to say we estimate about 5% for employee parking. And then that would in a way be exceeding or at least meeting what the intent, because the intent is to have employee parking. And so if you take an unenforceable part, which is employee parking, and then you just say it's a blanket, you know, we're going to assume 5% of your parking should be for employees, that's enforceable.
Yeah, we didn't do that originally because we were not tasked with exceeding anything. But yes, I would agree with you that that would meet the requirement of exceeding.
Or meeting, if we just assume, hey, you know, we're just going to make, you know, a blanket assumption about 5%. I mean, you know, that could be reasonable.
Mm-hmm. So question is, do we want to do that now, or did we want to, well, yeah, I guess more discussion on that. That is one way to exceed, to meet that requirement that we exceed. So what are other people's thoughts?
And it kind of gets at Micah's issue that, you know, 10% seems like way too much. You know, could we just assume that, you know, we're going to make an assumption that employee parking is about 5%. And then, you know, it's sort of fair, it's sort of somewhere in the middle. You know, the unenforceable is they could say, well, we don't have any employee parking, so they provide nothing. And then, so it's just, you know, somewhere in the middle of, you know, something that could be fair, you know.
I'm just thinking of a state, well, even with a stadium, I guess, having, you know, 10% of 5%, 0.5%. So 1 out of every 200 spaces. I guess that's reasonable enough. Does anyone think that that is overburdening 1 out of 200 spaces?
Yeah, you know, the other thing too is that, you know, you could say, you know, like maybe it's a giant stadium, they could come in and they can say, you know, the intent of this is to provide parking for our employees, and, you know, that seems excessive for this particular occupancy. That's, you know, an alternate means kind of, or modification request. that you would ask of the building official. And, you know, in general, you're not going to have, you know, those giant stadiums. You're just going to have a regular assembly. So I think it to me, it makes sense in terms of just your standard assembly occupancy.
Okay, but even 1 in 200 spaces, even for a giant stadium, may not be excessive. I'm not sure. So, yeah, what do folks think of that?
I was going to ask Andrew a question on how would you apply that, say, for a strip mall that has multiple M occupancies? Are you going to do it based on each individual M occupancy, or are you going to do it based on the parking for that entire structure? Does that make sense? So if you've got 5 M occupancies in one building, but the parking is provided for all building, are you going to base that calculation on no matter what, you got to provide 1 EV space for each tenant, or 1 EV space for the 1 in 200 parking spaces that are provided for the overall building?
I think it should
And then
probably
would that
be.
building be classified as an M still?
I would,
you know, what do we do with the mixed occupancies?
I'd propose we say, 1/2 of 1% of the spots with a minimum of 1 per occupancy. So we would have 1 for each occupancy. That would be my suggestion.
So then I'll play the devil's advocate. Is that going to exceed the 10% requirement for that 1 occupancy?
We can still have the
That'd be my
requirement.
question.
We can still have the requirement for 10% of any dedicated employee parking. So we can have the maximum, the greater of 10% of any required, any dedicated employee parking, or 1/2 of 1% of all parking. And then that would satisfy it. What other folks think?
I'm thinking my brain hurts with those numbers.
Yeah, John, Stoyan, what do you think of that concept? The greater of 10% of any dedicated employee parking spots, or 1/2 of 1% of all parking, with a minimum of 1 spot per occupancy of those types.
So if we have 100, let's say your number is 0.5% of 100, right?
Correct, with a minimum of 1.
With a minimum of 1.
And if you have, say, 20 dedicated employee parking spots and 80 additional parking spots, then you would be required to have 2 in the employee area.
It is an option. I just need to think how to put it in the language, but it is an option.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's an option as well. You probably need to run a bunch of calculations if you're going to go that direction, because you're right. If you're doing employee parking, the 10% of the employee parking may be less than the percentages you are indicating there, or vice versa. And so I would like to see this be equitable.
Well, that's why you would say the greater of, and then you would have those 2. So you're required to have the greater of A, 1/2 of 1% of all parking, or B, 10% of any dedicated employee parking, and then I guess C, 1 spot.
Yeah.
So for 1,000
questionable.
For 1,000 parking spaces at a stadium, it would require 5 EV.
Correct, unless there's dedicated employee parking, in which case you would, calculate that way and see if it's more than 5.
Okay.
Could we do Andrew, this is Ray, could we do a calculation similar to that they do like the accessible parking spots? Up to a certain number goes to a percentage, and then in between it's a minimum number for a number of parking spots, and after a certain number, it goes into a percentage.
We could, but I mean, we have the minimum of one. You know, is there any, I see no reason to complicate it anymore, because you've already got the minimum of one. And then, so you have one up until 200, and then at 201, you've got two. But I'm open to other people's suggestions.
The tables are complicating. First, it's difficult to develop, and then many code users don't like it. It is an option too, but I would prefer not to go there.
Yeah, I was just
trying
to think of a consistent. Sorry, I was just thinking of a consistent idea of something else in the code that we did it, but no, it was just a thought.
Okay. All right. Then.
I also, sorry, Andrew, I was going to throw out there, I also have concerns with those percentages based on mixed use. I mean, we're assuming that a stadium or something like that, a large venue, is only going to be an assembly occupancy and not have other mixed use occupancies in there that this could apply to. So maybe this takes a lot more discussion. Like I said, we beat this 10 ways to Sunday, but I don't know what else to do. But those questions will come up when it comes on how to apply this for mixed use.
That makes sense. I propose we move forward right now with this. We'll still have opportunities. You know, I don't think we can put everything in the code here, because we're going to be dealing also with municipal codes, minimum parking requirements for each use. And I just think that, you know, those will have to kind of be looked at together when determining these types of things, as opposed to, you know, it being able to all be in the building code here. But, you know, I guess we'll see as things evolve.
This Mike Barth, the simplest may be just to keep the existing exception language that, you know, that makes it to where it's only employee parking, and then just add a definition for the employee parking, which essentially assumes it to be X%, as Sue had suggested, instead of rewriting everything. Because I think the bottom line is there needs to be those exceptions, that and that may be a simpler way to get there.
So I would say that's more complicated. That is adding, you know, additional requirements there. You know, I'd rather stay away from saying what percent has to be employee parking, you know, and leaving it more implicit, you know, with what we had just discussed. But Sue, did the direction we go in, you know, implicitly do what you were thinking, or are you in agreement with Mike? You know.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mike has a good point. You could just, you know, you could just lay out the percent, or, you know, and have like, I mean, it could work. Exception one, dedicated employee parking, you know, can follow, you know, you could, if you had an exception specifically for you could have just a general percent, and then exception dedicated employee parking, or, you know, maybe assemblies greater than 1,000 or something, or 500, you know, you could have some exceptions. I mean, I think, you know, there's another way to do it that could make sense. And, you know, I mean, it doesn't seem like we're going to get through all this today anyway. So I think that maybe Stoyan can take a look at that, and with his work that he's done on this, it's really, you know, he's done quite a bit. So
Yeah, you have Stoyan. Stoyan, do you mind spearheading that, or did you need more direction?
No, I got enough. I'll work on it.
Okay, thank you.
So the issue I was having, so when we passed the employee parking, the issue I was having was with the technical requirements, 429.4. So when you ask me if we exceed the current requirements, my answer would be, I don't know. Because in the bill that we followed and we just adopted 421, it says the technical provisions are must be provided with wiring or a raceway sized to accommodate 240 volt, 40 amp or equivalent electric vehicle charging. So 10% must be provided with wiring or a raceway. And when you move back to what we have in 429, let me get there. In 429, where parking is provided, 10% of parking spaces shall be provided with electric vehicle charging infrastructure, which is okay, in compliance with 429.3, 429.4, and 429.5. And the electrical rooms serving buildings with on-site parking spaces must be sized to accommodate the potential for electrical equipment, which is okay, 20% of the total parking spaces with circuit or equivalent electric vehicle charging infrastructure. And when you go further, we have minimum number of 28 to 40 circuit or equivalent electric vehicle charging stations are required to serve the parking spaces. Are we requiring charging stations? Are we requiring chargers? Are we requiring electric are we requiring the circuit? And are these EV ready parking spaces? I couldn't answer this question because item 2 of 429.4 talks about additional service capacity, space for future meters, panel capacity, or space for additional panels, and raceways for future installation of electric vehicle charging stations. So I think in 429.4, we already exceed the requirements in the previous bill, HB 1257, because we have option 1, option 2, and this is why I have 10% EV ready and 10% EV capable.
I'd agree. Yeah, by being EV ready, that does exceed just the electrical room requirements. So
if you consider that I'm going too far and this is not the current requirement, I can eliminate one of these two. The problem is I don't know which one I need to eliminate because again, the bill requires EV capable, I'm paraphrasing, and what we have in the code, to me, it seems like we require EV ready.
Yeah, I misspoke. Yes. So it does require the 10% EV ready, and then it requires 10% of the electrical room on top of that, right? So that would be, and we're going above that with the EV capable, correct?
This is my understanding, yes.
Okay, so yeah, we talked about that and decided to do that because it just made sense. So I'm fine with what you've got here, but what other folks think?
This is Mike. I'll jump in. So the EV capable is really what is the service capacity, right? When you read the definition, parking space provided with conduit, electrical panel, and load capacity. So that ties in with the previous language of 429.3 for electrical rooms, which under the current language has a minimum of 20%. So if I'm reading what Stoyan's providing in the new 429.4 for 10%, that's less than the required 20%.
Well, remember,
that's already
10,
existing.
we've got 10 plus 10.
We have 10 plus 10.
No, my understanding is you should have the 10 required no matter what. And then you have an additional 20 capable in the electrical room.
Oh, I
That's
read it.
another
That's total
20%.
20.
The 20, again, my understanding, Stoyan speaking, not the managing director, right? So my understanding is the 20% combines the already required 10 plus service capacity for 10 more EV capable. So we have 10% EV ready plus 10, and this is what I have.
Yeah, I read it the same way, Stonian.
I'm not saying I'm right, but this is how I understand it.
I guess I'm reading it different because it 429.2, the current language says where parking is provided, 10% shall be provided with infrastructure. Period. Okay. Then you go to 429.3 in electrical rooms, which at this point you both were indicating that electrical room is equivalent to EV capable for the definition, the new definition, correct?
Yes.
And the current 429.3 says the electrical equipment and distribution required to serve a minimum of 20% of the total parking spaces. So I'm not sure, I'm missing the whole 10 plus 10. I saw 10 plus 20.
What's the problem? Because in the electrical room, it says minimum of 20%, right? So 10%, so half of that's already being used with the EV ready. And then the other half, which is the other 10%, is they're ready, for the EV capables.
Which is
I'm reading that different, Andrew, because it says must be sized to accommodate the potential, not the current use. It's the potential use. That to me reads future use, not current use. I might be interpreting that incorrectly, but I don't know if we can pull that language up, but
John, do you have the existing, or I can pull up mine?
The House bill that I had up before?
No, 429 that was just adopted.
Yeah, I can find it. I should be able to.
I have it
Unless
here.
You already have it. You already have it pulled up. I can just let you share.
Okay.
I think it's on the bottom of the document you already had up, John. It's just in the strike through.
I think it is.
Yes, sorry. This is what I was gonna. So if you eliminate the strikeout, you will be able to have a clean language.
I think I can. Let's see.
And
Did you just manually strike these out?
Well, just eliminate the strikeout just for this discussion, and then we'll move it back. Okay, so when you go to 429.4, and this is the confusion part, and many folks are getting confused, including myself. When I got the job, it was already ready for approval, so I didn't understand it at the beginning. But when you read 429.4, you have item 1, circuit or equivalent electric vehicle charging stations, which if it's a charging station, then it should have a charger. This is how I read it. And item 2, you have additional service capacity and further raceways for future installation of electric vehicle charging stations. So I read it 10 plus 10. And I get Micah's point of view. You may get confused. And I don't know if I'm confused or he's confused. So any other feedback will be really appreciated.
I guess I didn't see I'm not reading that 429.4 number 2 indicates 10%. Now, if you're pulling that from the scoping language of 429.2, then maybe, but I still think that would indicate we're not providing for the additional or potential increase of 20% per 429.3 of the existing language. So if we're both correct, then that means your item number 1 under your proposed language would need to increase to 30% for capable, the 10% existing plus the 20% future potential.
I don't have problems adding 10 more percent, but don't
No,
get me after that. If
I'm
if
in disagreement with that interpretation. So it says here, electrical rooms serving buildings with on-site parking spaces must be sized to accommodate the potential for electrical equipment and distribution required to serve a minimum of 20% of the total parking spaces. That's not ambiguous to me. That's the total amount.
So you're indicating that potential does not mean future. That means current installed.
No, potential does mean future, but the 20% is including what's already there. So the potential that it's talking about is the additional 10% over top.
And that's fine if you interpret it that way. To me, that doesn't meet the intent of the bill.
What do you mean? How does it? I mean, this is consistent with the language in the bill. So, are there any other comments? And this is something, again, as it goes through more steps, we can dive deeper in, Micah. And revisit anything at all.
And again, we'll have the standing committee, which at this time, unfortunately, is very size limited, and we'll have the council meeting, and then we'll have 2 months that I'm sure we'll keep getting more comments and questions. So there is time. If we go not enough or too much, there is time that we can adjust that.
I'm not opposed to what you're showing. I just thought it was not aligning with the electrical room requirement of the existing language. And I have comments on the electrical room requirement of your new proposal that we haven't gotten to yet, so. We can go back to the proposed language, sorry. So in this instance, if we're talking about going above and beyond, you could increase your item number 1 to 20%.
If we disagree on the percentage here, we can keep it open. So when we get to the standing committee and the council, we can have this conversation that there was an option, or there is an option to increase to 20% for EV capable.
Yeah, we can continue the discussion.
Works for me.
Here, I used some of the existing language, at least I was trying, and the exception for the automatic load management system. So I added a definition for the load management system, And what is the idea here? And again, this is for discussion purposes because I wasn't sure how we can deal with the fact that the load management system, the technical requirements are in the NEC, and we are adding an exception for the load management system. The idea here is you can use the load management system to adjust the electrical capacity required for the electric vehicle capable parking spaces. So when you move up a little bit, 10 or 20% doesn't matter. What I'm saying is you can use the load management system, but for this 10% only. Otherwise, the EV ready charging parking spaces are required to operate in a full capacity. So this is the detail with the automatic load management system. There is an exception in HB 1257, the same exception in HB 1287. Actually, it's not an exception, but it allows the automatic load management system. And in 429, what we did copy paste from the law, but it's really unclear. And there were several comments at the council meeting when 429 was adopted. I think it was in June. And I promised to research it a little bit, and this is what I ended up with. There are many other options. I know California is proposing the load management system to allow not less than 16 amps for the EV charging. I just couldn't justify the number. And I also know Kathleen in her proposal 196, we haven't discussed it yet. She has a different approach that I was expecting she would have time to explain how she got there, but it's already 122. So I hope there will be time for her to show her approach.
Yeah. Any comments on that?
I got one comment on the sentence that states that the distribution transformer shall have sufficient capacity to simultaneously charge all EVs that require EV ready and EV capable parking spaces at a minimum of 40 amperes. I think you should include the word each after that.
Oh,
If
yeah.
not, I would read that it only has to provide 40 amps for the total.
Okay.
Good catch. Any other comments or questions? All right, you want to move along?
Sorry, Andrew, I had one more question on this
go
one.
ahead.
I thought previously that we were only required the panel to provide the space for the overcurrent device. And in this instance, it's saying you've got to put those in.
For the EV ready only. Because they already have the complete circuit. You have the well, it's for multifamily and any other occupancies. You no longer have the Romex. You most likely you will have the conduit, even metal conduit, wherever it's allowed by NEC, and you already have the wire in. You have a complete circuit. You have the breaker, you have the wire, and you have the receptacle outlet or electric vehicle charger. And there was something here for the EV capable, no, for EV ready, I had to eliminate the junction box. There was a conflict between the text in 429.4.2 shall terminate at the junction box, a receptacle outlet, or EV charging. So we need to eliminate the junction box.
Any other comments?
And I have a comment for 429.4.1, EV capable parking spaces. So for the single family, 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhomes, Micah's comment was to eliminate the 1-inch conduit and to eliminate the origination point and, you know, everything related to it. And he didn't make this comment for this section. So I was wondering if I need to keep it as is or try to modify it a little bit. Keep in mind that there is some language that is coming from the HB House Bill 1257 and existing language that is currently adopted in 429. So I cannot eliminate everything related to the conduit. I think I can eliminate the size if the size is bothering you.
I would say eliminate the size unless it's prescribed in the House bill. Micah, are you in agreement with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Sorry, I'm reading other parts of this section still, and going back and forth between definitions.
The size.
But yeah, I'm good with the size.
The size of the conduit is specified in the existing language. We have 1 inch.
Pardon me, did you say the size was in the House bill? I didn't.
No, the size is not in the House.
Right.
No.
And I wonder why we have to originate it in the sub panel, or I'm concerned we're dealing right now with looking at 75 parking spots in a multi-structure parking facility. And I'm wondering how we're going to distribute it. And I can imagine that there's going to be, maybe several raceways going to junction boxes and splitting off those. And I just don't see why we're designing systems. I think there's probably going to end up being a wireway that's going to serve all these rather than a raceway myself, because that's going to be I'm just curious how we're going to design these things. And I really would like to stray away from us designing electrical systems and distribution.
If we didn't have the enforcement issue and the electrical code, I would propose a different language with a more detailed explanation. However, at this point, I agree with you. I just couldn't make it better. You're correct. With multifamily developments and type A and type I and type M occupancies, you don't really have the raceway originating from the service because the service is designed differently. It's not necessarily your electrical panel in your building is the service panel. It's a feeder or a sub panel typically. So I can work on the language a little bit, and I can make it similar to what you agreed on for 1 and 2 family dwellings. So I'll keep the termination point, but I will eliminate the origination point. Is that all right?
That works. I'm just saying there's a lot of different ways. It'll be interesting to see on this project how the electrical system is designed and how you distribute it. That's why I get bothered with the us being too prescriptive in electrical installations.
If we had authority over the electrical code, I would require details on the plans and information how you design the electrical system from the transformer going in. However, we don't have this luxury here, and I was trying to balance it between what we can ask for in the building code. I guess I went a little bit further into the electrical code. So I will modify it and I'll make it similar to the text for 1 and 2 family dwellings.
Thank you, Stoyan. Any additional comments? So Stoyan, do you have enough direction there? Did you need anything else from us?
There were some questions about what we have in 429. In this case, is 429.4.4. I kept it the same. There is some conflict with the requirements in section, I can't remember, it's in chapter 11. And the ANSI A117. It seems that chapter 11 and ANSI are less stringent than what we have here, but I decided to keep it as is because it's a copy paste from the bill. I didn't change it. But
Yeah, I think we should keep what we have too.
I don't know how it's enforced. I would take a different approach, but since this is an existing language and this is in the bill, I didn't want to mess up with it.
I'd agree with that approach. Any additional comments here?
No, I think it's fine too. I was just going to add that this will probably end up changing once the new A117 comes into play during the next code cycle, because they do have requirements on the parking infrastructure for accessible spaces. And then I'm sorry, I couldn't unmute on the last one. I had one more comment and question, and I know we're totally going around this stuff. I'm really struggling, and now that we got down here past the definitions, this is the only place in the last sentence there that electrical vehicle supply equipment is used in this code. Nope, go back to where you were, please, John. Last sentence of 429.4.3. And I don't understand the difference between that and EV ready. They're both, I mean, just you have an extra definition that's the same, almost identical for EV ready. When you look at EV ready is pretty much the parking space provided with EV chargers, receptacle outlets, and other charging equipment to allow the charging of electric vehicles. And then the supply equipment is the conductors and all the other stuff in between, including the connectors, attachment plugs, other fittings, devices, other stuff as indicated in the previous item. But then in this section for the electrical rooms, you're only indicating that the overcurrent protection devices needed to be provided for the EV vehicle supply equipment, when it seems just, you could just say the EV ready item. It just seems like an extra sentence and an extra definition.
Yes,
for no
you're right.
reason or purpose at all.
I agree, I can change it.
Thank you, Stoyan. Thanks, Micah. And anything else?
Yes, please. I'm gonna stop talking. Can you believe it?
Okay. I don't know that I see the horse kind of struggling there. It's not dead yet. I'm only joking with you because you said it first. So okay. All right. So Stoyan, you have enough direction with this, or anything else you need from us?
I do have enough direction from you. My question is, do you want, well, do we need a vote on this? My first question, and the second question is, do you want another TAC meeting, or I can go directly with the modified language to the standing BFP standing committee?
I don't think we need another tag meeting. I think that we hashed everything out here. Do any tag members disagree? We'll have another opportunity to talk about it at the BFP standing committee meeting. And anyone's welcome to join that and speak.
This is Thad Kurtz. I certainly hope you're going to discuss the other proposal as part of this process.
Yes, this is what I was going to say. I strongly
that's
recommend
nasty.
196 because it takes a different approach, and there are also things that if you disagree with the approach, there are other things that I think they are important to discuss. The housing, affordable housing, and the load management system.
Yep, but that'll be next. We're just finishing off this.
I
dealing with
think I
House
have
Bill
enough
now.
direction for this proposal.
Okay, perfect. I don't think we need a vote for it. Yeah, so should we move on now to, what was it, 916,
196, I believe.
196, okay. All right, here we go. Kathleen, did you want to give an overview of stuff first?
Yeah, thank you
Okay,
very
so
much.
the floor is yours.
Andrew. And how much detail would you like to have?
I'll tell you what, why don't you give, a pretty high level of everything, what you did, and then as there are questions, we can dive in deeper. So, high detail and dive in, if you think that something needs it, you can go in deeper.
Okay, thank you. So thank you all for batting this around today. I appreciate your ears and comments. And so basically where this proposal differs is that it includes substantially improved buildings in addition to new, as well as parking lots. And another bit that happens is that there are tables for required EV ready and EVSE parking spaces, and we can talk about that in just a second. There's also for both, that's for multifamily, affordable multifamily, and commercial. And so we put some parameters on what is defined as affordable housing. In the tables for multifamily, non-affordable housing, we're asking for new construction to be 10% and of EVSE. And so going back to the definitions, industry standard is that the assumption is that when it is identified as EVSE, it means that there is a charger there. So we'll have to modify something either by saying EVSE plus installed charger. So you have all the infrastructure plus the charger bit, and EV ready, we'll have to work on that definition as well. And Stoyan, I'm sure is we can work on that together. And then we've got altered buildings. If you've got something that's being substantially updated, it's a good opportunity to put it in. Again, we've got state requirements happening very quickly, and we're going to be needing to meet that infrastructure necessary. And non-residential, 10%. Again, it's meeting that 8% of 2025 plus some, and then for both EVSE as well as EV ready. For parking lots and whatnot. And so, and then in affordable housing, I'm not doing a well job of presenting this, my apologies, but for affordable housing, we basically cut the required amount of chargers by half, but keep that infrastructure ready. And it's an equity issue, but you also have to offset or balance the cost implications to the nonprofit affordable housing development community. And so that is an attempt to do that. The electrical room, you can keep it in or leave it out. Stoyan is going to fix that based on the conversation today. That is fine. I just didn't want to put a maximum in this particular proposal. Did not want to put a maximum on space required for the electrical room when we had those numbers that were bouncing around. So that's going to have to be something that would be married up with respect to the two projects or proposals. And then we move into going down to the load management. So this is a tactic that is being used in British Columbia and has been codified at the City of Saanich and others. It was designed by an engineer up there. And basically what it does, it allows the developer, it provides parameters around how much juice needs to go to each vehicle if you're using the load management system, so that you don't have vehicles that are underserved, and basically a load management system that is just not functioning for anybody. And so they've done several studies. And so with respect to determining how much amperage is actually needed, in essence, if you've got a commuter group happening, you need basically 8 to 16 amps for daily travel. And, but then you've got those larger bits. So 40 amp circuits are typically way over the amount that is actually utilized by the driver. But again, everything is kind of based on behaviors and location. And so this table is something that has been used that seems to accommodate most drivers and residents and whatnot. And so it could be a good way to manage how load management is dealt with. And then 427.5 is basically identifying space in the panel like we did for the solar ready appendices. Yeah, so that's the high level overview.
All right, thank you, Kathleen. So what I'd like to do first are any questions on what Kathleen, said, any deeper dives before we get into comments and commentary. So anyone have any questions? Good job, I guess. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, it took a while to unmute. This is John. Hi, Kathleen.
Hi.
Do have a question on substantial improvement, I think is what you used there. Is that a defined term? I was trying to look that up real quickly and I couldn't find it.
It is a defined term in the IBC.
But it's usually, is that not the one that's associated usually with flood?
That is a really excellent question, John.
Okay, I'll look it up and
I'll follow
okay.
up on that.
Thank you.
Yep, thank
You're
you.
you're using the defined term that's in the building code.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
And
I guess another possibility might be to link it to one of the categories in the IEBC, the type of improvement.
Thank you very much.
Well, yeah, if it is defined term, it should be italicized.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, that makes sense, Kathleen, what to look up if it is just specific to, that's probably not what you're looking for. So any other questions?
Kathleen? Yes,
Yeah.
this is Micah. I have one as well. Hi, Kathleen. How you doing?
Hey,
Good. I had a question on your affordable housing exception information and where that information came from. And if that information gets modified, say by a county, King County or the state or something else, then we would have to go back and verify this information, or is this a standard, this is what it is no matter where you are?
This was something, and I appreciate this question, Micah. This is something that we put together actually at King County based on information that we got from our housing funding folks. And so, but what we could do is, so you've got, let's see, exception 1, right, where you've got your housing authority, and then you've got exception 2A, which would apply to renters, and 2B, which would apply to home ownership. And so we could go with the HUD affordable housing numbers, which is just the 80%, less than 80% AMI on both of these. But, if you really want to hit your low income folks who are would like the opportunity to utilize this technology, it would be nice to reduce that. But if we need to tie it to something, then I would tie it to HUD and state standards, which would be less than 80% AMI.
Okay, thank you. I'll have other questions on the affordable component, but
absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, just tagging on to Micah's question. What was you had 50, I think you said 50% reduction for EV for affordable. Is that, where did you come up with the 50% being? Does that sound reasonable, or is that, just,
yeah,
where did that come from?
Absolutely, good question. So where we landed on multifamily was the 10%. When I ran the numbers for, if you had, and my apologies, because I don't have this documentation on me right now, but think, I'm going to come back with numbers on that. But in essence, the cost impact was, gosh, no, I'm not even going to say the words because I don't have the actual numbers. But when I ran the calcs, you know, you were looking at, okay, now I'm going down that road again. It's just not going to work. So 5% was reasonable, and cost impact the affordable housing community could take.
Thank you. Other questions?
And again, I can provide those numbers.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Yeah.
All right, I guess we'll open it up fully to comments and commentary now. So, you know, just speak up if you've got any comments.
Yeah, this is Mark with comment one would be, I strongly recommend we don't put branch circuit ratings and number of chargers on a table like that. I believe that belongs in the NEC, and the NEC does recommend the load management equipment, and it speaks of how the rating is supposed to be. So although that's might be good information, I don't think that should be in a code section in the building code. I also, when we deal with substantial development and substantial improvement and substantial damage, through FEMA and the floodplain regulations, we have a lot of commentaries and questions. I have a whole book dedicated just to that, substantial improvements and substantial damage. And it brings with it a whole lot of questions, concerns, uncertainties. And it's as I said, it's a whole book in and of itself. So I'd be careful on using substantial improvements and substantial developments or substantial damage. Those are my two comments. And lastly, I think that the cost benefit analysis doesn't make sense to me. All of this stuff we're doing does cost the developer, and I don't see how we can come through with saying that there's no cost associated with this.
Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. That is a mistype there. It absolutely. So in the explanation, it does cover costs. But my apologies, I hit that incorrectly.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. John, we'll do you next, but Kathleen, did you want to reply to any of Mark's other comments about taking out some of the electrical prescriptions?
Yeah, thank you, Mark. So Stoyan and I talked about this, that the load management section is not appropriate. And I know the other pieces are not as well, that cover the amperage and call outs. And so question for the group is, and Stoyan and I started talking about this the other day, is how do you marry up the electrical code and the building code if you do need something? Or how does that work? You just work with L&I folks and put the request in for there, talk about the intent, what you want to do, and you'd like the two codes or their code to the electrical code to cover portions. How does that happen? How does that weaving happen?
Stoyan, do you know how that works? How you put a code change proposal in for the NEC?
I'm not aware of anything we have done in coordination with LNI, and I may be lying here, but I'm not aware of any. I need to double check with Krista, because she's been with the council since, I don't know, 1992. So she knows more, but I'm not really positive we coordinate with them.
Yeah, thank you.
So to add to the answer for Mark, or continue down that path of how would, because at prior meetings when we talked about load management system, there is the concern of gaming the system where you underfund the cars, right? And so how is there language that you'd like in there that could help to ensure that that doesn't happen?
Well, I think you need to point to section 625 of the National Electrical Code, dealing with the rating and mentioning a load management system. So I don't think you need to try to be concerned about maybe underpowering any of the vehicles. It's really a matter of managing that load, and it has to do with the rating and designing it for the full load rating of it. And it has to be designed as a continuous load. You cannot assume that it's an intermittent load. So I think you're getting a little complicated in a building code to try to start designing electrical. So to me, I would simply point to the NEC code section, and I'm one code cycle behind, so I don't know the exact section, but I think you would just point it in accordance with the National Electrical Code section 625 point whatever.
All right, thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Mark. So let's go down John and then Chris and then Thad. Let's go in that order.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I have a few comments for you, Kathleen. Substantial improvement. The issue with that is establishing the market value. I mean, I did look at the definition, and it's not just related to flood. So just to clarify for everybody, I was wrong on that earlier. But it does refer to, it's when you're spending more than 50% of the market value. And how do you get that? And then how do you enforce that from a building code standpoint? Whose market value are you relying on, right? Is it the assessed value? Is it the, do you have to get an appraiser out there? How does that all work? And then because market value, even if you go to assessed value, the land could be really valuable, but the building is worth nothing, and so how does that all work? Let's see. And then if you're gonna do that, I think there needs to be some coordination with the IEBC, because that's when it's going to get triggered, really, right? You're in an existing building, and that's what you're talking about if you want to do that. Lastly, the one I struggle most with on this one is the equity issue on this. And for those of you, if you're don't understand what I'm saying, is the idea that you have lesser code requirements for affordable housing. I realize there's a cost involved with this, and that's what we're trying to kind of balance the two. But what you're saying is that then you're limiting the opportunity for the folks who are in this housing to have EVs, right? Are we saying that they're not going to buy as many EVs as people in regular housing? I really struggle with that, I guess, like the concept of that. I know there have been attempts in the past or pressure on us when I was in Seattle to reduce requirements for even, energy code or a few other things in the building code for affordable housing. And it's hard to justify that in my mind. So that I'll just put that out there, and that's what I would struggle with.
Yeah, I appreciate everything you're saying, John, and it is that challenge, and we're immersed in it right now, trying to figure out costs and impacts to affordable housing. So this was an amenable approach, but I will go back to this. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, John, thank you. You changed my view on that too. I think after you're saying that, I'm in agreement with you that it's more equitable to have it be exactly the same. But Chris, go ahead.
Set me up just right. So for me, it's the equity issue. I'm seeing it in a different way. I find it really challenging if we go to the section that's talking about why we require infrastructure. It's because it costs so much to do it later, right? So if we are requiring electrical vehicles to be new vehicles going forward and up to a point 20, 30 something, all of them. So we're building stock. There are buildings being built now will be still being used when all new vehicles are going to be electric. Now we are saying that if you can't afford expensive housing, you don't get to buy a new car. Or, so that we can't at the same time say, we're doing this because it saves money later. And then also say, we're letting you not do it because you have no money from a development standpoint. And because of the equity and access that it just takes away from the people that are going to be living there.
Thank
Yeah.
you. I
Yeah.
greatly appreciate the comments. And perhaps my approach is coming at it from a jurisdiction that is not the state. So the fights that we have, just as John was highlighting, City of Issaquah, who recently passed similar EV requirements, did an exception for affordable housing, made a modification there because of pushback from the development community. And so, and we do understand the constraints that are happening there. So if the state is supporting this, that is helpful. That is very helpful.
Yeah, I think.
And I'll pop back to the HDC and talk with them.
Okay, but yeah, it sounds like there's consensus. We would not want those exceptions in for affordable housing, that they should, in the interest of equity, it should be the same. But Thad, how about you next? And then Micah after Thad.
I thought that the notion that floated by in passing about having a minimum amperage requirement for the distributed power from a load sharing system seemed like a very clean solution. Looking at the table, it's talking about allowing cars to get 10 amps or a little less. I drive a plug-in hybrid. It's charged on 110. That'll give me about 18 miles in the wintertime if I don't run the heater and I don't run the defroster once I'm driving. That's really just barely enough for me to do my in-town driving with. So from my point of view, personally, I think 16 amps is about the minimum that you can supply through that distributed power without underserving anybody who's using their car for anything other than very minimum purposes.
Thad, just to be clear, how long were you assuming you were plugged in for that 18?
It takes about 4.5 or 5 hours for me to charge. So if we're hoping
for
that
that
this
18 miles that you had said, were you assuming
if I'm driving around town, I get about 21 miles in the summertime when the temperature of the battery is ideal, and about 18 miles in the winter, assuming that I'm not using much of any power for the auxiliary electric stuff.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathleen, does that make sense?
Yes.
What you heard back? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I
Micah?
appreciate that.
So I'm just going to me too some of the comments, so I don't have to go over them again. Equity, the electrical stuff, I'm going to throw another monkey wrench in that. The electrical stuff should be with L&I. Building inspectors, unless you are a licensed Journey electrician, you're not allowed to do electrical inspections technically by the state. Those things should, and it's not just your proposal, you've heard me through the other one as well, saying this needs to be with electrical, L&I. So again, that stuff needs to be with L&I. Then on 427.1, you have an indication that this needs to apply to paved surface parking lots. I would be concerned that maybe you would be overlooking some things that aren't paved for parking lots or what they wouldn't consider paving. And maybe that term needs to be changed to something else. I understand that you want like a solid service or impervious, or maybe any type of parking lot, not just a paved parking lot, I guess is what I was getting at. And then overall, I struggle with the EV infrastructure stuff for everything and the push to go to total EV. We had this come up for the emergency response that we work with. Seattle, or at least SDCI, they went with mostly EV vehicles for inspections. And so now with everybody having to stay home and the inspectors not having infrastructure in place, they have to drive into the office and get an EV vehicle and then drive home, which seems counterproductive to us trying to go to these more efficient and less smog producing vehicles. So I will be surprised if we do get to that 100% EV, just because in a major event, if there's no power to charge EVs, you're not going to be getting around for inspections or other things of that nature. So we ran up into that problem already. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you, Micah.
Yeah, thank
So-
you.
So we are at time, but if anyone has anything new to add, please speak up. I don't see any more hands raised, but speak up if you have any other comments. So what I would like to do, I'd like to not have another tag meeting. What I would like to do, I guess, is have a motion whether or not we want to move this forward to the standing committee, with comments that are discussed. Kathleen, you'd have the opportunity to, make those couple changes, and then we can discuss, the new modified proposal at the BFP. Or if you just don't like the idea of this at all and want to recommend not to move it forward, in which case, Kathleen, you can still bring it up and we can consider it. It would just move forward with a recommendation of disapproval from the tag. So I would like one of those two motions, please, and then we can take a vote. So we're in concept, we're voting to either recommend it or not to the standing committee.
Absent any other, of all the concerns expressed with this one and the cost things not being identified, I would recommend or make a motion to disapprove this as written.
No, thank you, Mike. Do we have a second?
I would second, Chris.
All right, thank you, Chris. And just to be clear, Kathleen, I would still, if you'd like, I would still recommend, address some of the comments, and we can bring that up individually at the BFP meeting, and go over it again. But we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, so the motion is to recommend disapproval. Let's take let's see what happens with just a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed? And motion passes.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to present and to share some ideas.
Yeah, thank you very much. I know that's a lot of work, which is why I encourage you, I'm not encouraging you to wasting time, but I do think that if you make some of those changes, it wouldn't necessarily be a waste of time. You'd be coming in with something that can be reconsidered at BFP.
So just to clarify, Andrew, I can make the modifications, add notes to it saying this was the feedback, and it could basically be reevaluated. Is that?
That's correct. So this is the first step in the cycle. So the tag makes a recommendation, and then it moves to the BFP standing committee. The BFP standing committee makes a recommendation, and that moves forward to the full council. And then the council takes a vote, which goes out for public comment. So there's still plenty of opportunities there. The next opportunity would be at the BFP committee meeting. So I think if you get this cleaned up, then I think you've got a good argument there, at least. So
thank you for the clarity.
Yep, you're welcome.
The meeting is scheduled for September 16th, 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Sven.
I believe that takes us to other business. Is that correct?
Yeah, and then Stoyan, what's the process in this? Is it a point of order?
Well, we passed 2 o'clock, and there are two options. The tag don't accept the other business. John and I have something to share with you, or the tag needs to vote for at least 15 minutes extension. So the other business was we wanted to introduce an issue with the adoption of section 3002.4. But since we passed 2 o'clock and based on the Robert rules that we follow, we need to officially extend the meeting if
I propose we officially extend, so I'll make that motion to extend. Is 15 minutes enough? Stoyan, or 20 minutes. I'll extend it 20 minutes past, so we've got 2:20. That's my motion.
Second.
All right, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? So, okay, floor is yours.
Okay. As I said, this is section 3002.4. In 2015, the council amended this section. Do we have it on the screen? Yes. Okay. So the model code of 3002.4 doesn't include group R1, R2, or I occupancy buildings. The model code talks about 4 or more stories above or 4 or more stories below grade plane. However, again, the council modified it. It was in 2015 building code. For 2018 building code, the TAC recommended delete amendment in 3002.4. This was a duplicate amendment, and the council adopted this. So if it was something that the council did and the council staff didn't file, we would file CR 105 and we would call it editorial, because again, the adopted language doesn't match the language that the staff filed. However, in this case, there was some misleading from the TAC and the council didn't pay attention on it, and it was adopted by the council. So now we used to have R1, R2, or I occupancies regardless of the height of the building, and in 2018 we don't have it. I don't have the background, so I don't know how it's enforced in different jurisdictions, but this is why I wanted to open this for discussion. And if the TAC, I'm not sure, I need to research this, but if the TAC can make a recommendation for bringing back this existing amendment in 2021, because if we pass this TAC meeting, then it's kind of late, and I didn't want to do emergency or out of cycle rulemaking.
All right, well, I see no problem bringing it back so that we don't have to do an emergency rulemaking.
Again, what we do is we file CR 105 if it's something that needs to be cleaned up. There were many sections that the council modified and adopted, and the modifications weren't picked up by staff, so it was filed with the wrong language. So we can work on those, but that one is different. And again, as a personal opinion, I don't have the background, so I don't know how important is that.
Can we see the language, the proposed language on the screen again?
You mean the email that I had previously?
No, well, give me a second.
The
302.4, the one that, John, the one that you just showed before this interpretation, the interpretation.
Yeah.
Okay. This is how it appears in 2015, and in 2018, it has the model code only without the R and I occupancies.
And I was on the tag, so I can't. Sorry.
Go ahead, Mike.
I was gonna say I was on the tag, and I don't necessarily remember, but I thought this had to do with the elimination of that because they'd modified the WAC rules for elevators that were out that something like this would apply anyway, and not something that was under the purview of this section any longer. Were you able to go and verify what that, not the WAC rules for the building code, but state elevator requirements, not just building code elevator requirements? They did a
Okay.
bunch of modifications that were going into effect. And I think that had to deal with it. I could be wrong. It's been a long time since I was on that tag and we voted on this, but based on what we had to do with our elevator code for Seattle and what happened at the state level for the state elevator code stuff outside of the building code, there may be something there that needs to be reviewed before. I'm not saying you can't move this forward for recommendation, but we probably need to review it more thoroughly based on the state elevator requirements.
My intent was to get some feedback, and if it needs to go back, we can work on it. But Mike, I wasn't aware of that, so I appreciate the comment, and we can research this. All I was able to find was delete amendment. This was a duplicate amendment. I'm reading, what the rationale says, and we were able to find the TAC recommendations, which we have somehow for the same meeting, we have not changed to model code. State amendment includes elevators serving R1, R2, or I occupancies regardless of the number of stories served. Recommend keeping 2012 amendment. And at the same meeting, we have something else that was added, and it says state amendment includes elevators serving R1, R2, or I occupancies. Recommend keeping amendment, but on the next column, it says not change to model code. So I'm really confused what happened and why, but we can research as Micah is suggesting, and if we can find something.
I think something came from another labor and industry saying, I think they were a big part of that too. Micah, weren't they on the tag meetings?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think it had something to do with other state law. But don't quote me on it. I just think it's something we got to research further. So you're probably right, Ray. And it's been too long, too many meetings between now and then.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that they were involved, and I think they had something to do with it. But yeah, it sounds. I'm on the same step as you. It's a long time ago.
I will use my wild card for this one. I'm new, so I wasn't here, but we will research that.
Well, this is Mike Barth. I participated in all that too, and it seems from my recollection, it's like there wasn't any change needed, so the amendment should have continued. Is my recommendation, unless the tag had said it should be changed. The kind of the default was then to move it through. And it seems to me like that's what had happened here. So I'm wondering if it just administratively did not get moved forward into the 2018 code.
I don't know. Again, the rationale says that this is a duplicative language, and this is what I can tell. The TAC recommendation is a little confusing. So it says no change to model code, but at the same time recommends keeping 2015 amendment. So I'm not sure how to read that.
Well, and that was the language used is if there was no change in the model code, that means, nothing was changed. Therefore, if we had an amendment, that amendment should continue and move forward. That was the terminology they used in those charts.
What was filed with CR 102 was striking the language. And again, the rationale for that is that the language is duplicative, and the council voted yes. They accepted the striking. So I don't know what happened between the CR 102 filing and the TAC recommendations. I don't have this information. We can research further. I think I got enough for homework.
All right, perfect. Any other comments? All right, is there any other business? All right, I'll take a motion to adjourn then. I guess we don't technically need a motion to adjourn.
Yeah. So moved.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for staying on late, including you, Stoyan, and everyone else in staff. So next meeting is the BFP meeting, and that is what, next week? Was it?
September 16th.
September 16th. That's a
And
Thursday.
the council meeting is on September 17th.
Perfect. All righty. Well, thanks again, everyone, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you, everybody. It was a productive meeting.
It was. Thank you. Bye-bye.